Excuse me. Yes, you can. National anthem. Yes, now.
Please be upstanding for the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, welcome to the International MICE Summit 2025. Yes. This extraordinary event, now in its second year. If you're joining us for the first time, welcome. And if you return to this summit, welcome back. It is very good to see you. Whatever organization you represent and whichever part of the world you join us from, you're very welcome here. In fact, this is an industry which continues to evolve. Ambition continues to rise. And in many ways, this event has taken on a life of its own. So many collaborations ensuing from last year's gathering. And we have got a terrific couple of days for you of inspiration, of connections, and of future collaboration as well. We are hugely looking forward to it all. To get us started, please let's welcome to the stage our host, the chairman of the board of the Saudi Conventions and Exhibitions General Authority. Please welcome His Excellency Fahad Al Rashid.
أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم.
Your Excellencies, Your Highness, dear honored guests.
That was really energetic. And I'm so glad you are back with us here today. So welcome to Riyadh, and welcome to the second International MICE Summit. Saudi Arabia believes in the power of convening. And it is an honor to welcome the leaders who shape how the world meets, collaborates, and imagines the future. We live in a world that is more connected than ever, and yet more disrupted than ever. Geopolitics, technology, economics, and culture are evolving in fast ways, and in ways we yet not seem to comprehend collectively. In this environment, convening has never mattered more. But this is why the IMS exists: to drive engagement, to forge new alliances, to shape how the world collaborates. Ladies and gentlemen, our industry sits at the very center of every global trend. We are not observers, we are enablers. We host the conversations that shape policy. We host the exhibitions that scale industries. We move talent, we transfer knowledge, and strengthen competitiveness. But the world is shifting, and we must shift with it. We need to pivot in four major ways. Sustainability that is real and measurable. Technology that amplifies human connection. Talent ecosystems that attract and keep the best. And most importantly, events that are designed with purpose. Events that solve real problems. The future of our industry is clear. More sustainable, more digital, more global, and more impactful. And the people in this room are poised to lead it. Our theme for this year is simple: public-private collaboration. Not a slogan, but an imperative. The business events industry already exceeds $1 trillion and will double that number in the next decade. the business leisure industry is about to be multiplied fivefold by 2034. This is an historic opportunity if, and only if, the ambitions of the government and the private sector align. Together, they can create a cycle of growth. More travelers, more value, more spending, and more sustainable developments for the cities and the destinations that host us. This is the multiplier effect that our industry was built for. And the Kingdom aims to be the incubator, the accelerator of this trend. Since Vision 2030 began, we have built the foundations for a global business hub events hub. For example, we streamlined our regulations and continue to do so. We are building infrastructure, and there are more than 34 projects in the pipeline. We trained over 90,000 Saudi professionals with our partners, and we grew our ecosystem from 4,000 companies in 2018 to 17,000 companies today, a 330% increase. And we just didn't attract global events. We created new world-class events here in Saudi Arabia. In energy, artificial intelligence, mobility, tourism, investment, sustainability, and many others. Not just to fill venues, but to shape the future of the global economy with our partners. Today, Saudi Arabia is the fastest growing business events market in the G20, and we are still at the beginning. But this ambition is not about how many events we host. It is about why we host them. Saudi Arabia aims to be a global hub for problem solving, where ideas converge, where government meets industry, where the future is shaped. Our ambition is not to compete for events. Our ambition is to contribute to solutions. This requires openness, knowledge exchange, and global connectedness. It requires a commitment to partnerships. And this is why the IMS matters. Over the next 2 days, you will meet peers, partners, collaborators, competitors. You will challenge assumptions, exchange ideas, and build relationships that outlast the summit. So please use this opportunity to collaborate boldly, to innovate purposefully, to imagine what we can achieve when the public and the private ambitions align. Let the IMS 25 be remembered for the seeds that we saw together towards the better future of an industry and the better future of our world. Welcome to Riyadh, and thank you for being with us. Thank you so much.
Huge thanks to His Excellency. Perhaps another round of applause for a rousing opening welcome. We are enablers. What a succinct way to tee us up for 2 days of collaboration, that idea of technology amplifying human connection, the Kingdom as an incubator. A platform for solving problems really worth solving, but also being part of that solution. So that is very much the theme that we'll see play out on this main stage and also all around our venue. So let's kick off a series of conversations. Please welcome to the stage one of our brilliant co-hosts with her respected guests. Please give a warm mice welcome to Etna Trainer.
Ali, thank you so much. And Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, how wonderful to be here. Please come and join me. What a great way to start this session. Noha, if you can come here, and I'll put you in the middle, Mohammed. Lovely to see you all, and it's a real honor for me to be here with you. As you were listening to there, the fastest growing business events market in the world. I mean, that is so exciting to hear this, and the fact that this has all been achieved so quickly. Let me introduce my dear panel to you here. We're delighted to have with us Noha Katan, the Deputy Minister for Culture from Saudi Arabia. Delighted to have Noha here. And the Deputy Minister for Technology from the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, Mohammed Al-Rubayan. So lovely to have you both here.
Thank you.
Now, both of you have so much work going on at the moment in terms of keeping up with this fast-growing setup here. Mohammed, if I might start with you.
Sure.
We look at the government involvement with the mice industry, how important it is, and also how do you cooperate? We heard a little bit about partnerships there, the importance of it, but just talk to me a little bit about how you are that enabler and just really how important it is.
Thank you, Etna, and good morning to all. So LEAP came about as an idea for the technology event, and we had a target from the onset to become eventually one of the world's largest technology events. The idea came from the different strategies that are in this beautiful country. So starting out with the Vision 2030, diversification from oil, and how different sectors can contribute to the GDP and jobs, of course. So with that, it was a no-regret move to have this event started. We made sure to support it, first of all, through ideation, the different ideas for the event itself, what should happen during the event. And I should stress that it's not only MCIT and its ecosystem, it's the whole government. And that was very crucial. So we have, for instance, Sadaya is a big partner. The Ministry of Interior helped us out a whole lot. RCRC, the list goes on and on. We could not have done it without them. And one of the areas of contribution of the MCIT Plus, we call it, is basically some funding as well to support. So there was some funding to support the SMEs or the startup community to make sure that they get a chance to present their beautiful solutions and make sure that they get the proper investments they deserve.
And we'll talk a lot more about that in detail because I think what's happening there is very exciting, and we're only at the beginning of all of this. I think sometimes we forget that really this is a very new industry here.
True.
What, less than 5 years?
Yep.
Yeah, given that, Noha, when we look at, I suppose, so much that has happened here, it takes a lot of cooperation with the stakeholders, without a doubt. So when we look at the cultural organizations and the MICE sector, really, where are the key cooperations, the partnerships, what has worked and what is really driving this forward?
So first of all, thank you very much for having me today. I'm really happy to be here. We are happy to welcome our guests who are coming for the first time to Saudi and visiting, and our returning visitors. Welcome back. I think when it comes to culture specifically, we look at two angles of how we're working with MICE industry. First of all, there is a big component of the culture strategy that is about events itself. So today and over the past 6 or 7 years since the establishment of the Ministry of Culture, we've established our very own flagship events that contribute and go directly into the MICE industry. You're looking at the Red Sea Film Festival that's being held in 2 weeks. You're looking at the Riyadh Binali that holds 1 year in Riyadh and is held the other year in Jeddah. We're looking at a number of symposia and cultural conferences. So we do contribute directly with our own events that have been created over the years and contribute directly to industry development, growth, private sector collaboration with government, and so on. On the other hand, there's another part of culture contribution to the MICE industry, which is culture itself. So when we have such amazing visitors coming to Saudi and attending such events, we want to make sure that we give them a whole experience. All the cultural venues, be it museums, art galleries, exhibitions, other events that are happening, such as theaters, plays that are put on, are part of that experience and that visit that we want to enrich when they're visiting. So on both dimensions, I think over the past couple of years, we've had exceptional growth when we're collaborating with our friends at the Ministry of Communication and Information, when we're looking at Ministry of Sports, General Entertainment Authority, even some of the more formal events of the Ministry of Defense or other sectors. We're always looking to infuse cultural content and identity in those events so that people, when they come to Saudi Arabia, they don't just get a sense of the event itself or the conference that they're visiting, but a real sense of the culture and beauty of Saudi Arabia and every other touch point that they have throughout their visit.
And I think the energy that that creates, I mean, you can feel it when it's happening here, when it's the season here. I've been coming to Saudi Arabia for 20 years, so I've really seen the big difference here. And it's such a joy to keep coming back every time I do. Mohammed, talk to me a little bit about, I suppose, you know, how all of you work together in the sense that cultural events and the events, yes, LEAP is so big, and it's getting much bigger on that. Right. But how does this perhaps, you know, knock on to other tourism, to the wider economy, to actually building other events around it?
Absolutely. So Ministry of Culture is a great partner for a LEAP event. And the reason I'm saying this is that we co-organize different events for our visitors. So different profiles of visitors and different events that they enjoy. So as Noha touched on the different museum visits, we've even had what we call LEAP nights, where we managed to take them out to the desert and give them a flavor of Saudi camping. Oh. So a lot of that is happening. The Ministry of Tourism is also extremely engaged with the event itself, promoting the different beautiful sites that we have in this country, and making sure that everybody gets exposure, excuse me, everybody gets exposure to the different places, how they can get there, and even making their trip a whole lot easier.
Noha, when we look at, you know, culture and MICE working together, really, we also have to look at, I suppose, unleashing the creative economy that's happening here too. And we look at jobs, we look at economic development. So much is actually happening in that space too. And I suppose one supports the other in a way. Do you find that?
I think for sure we have great contribution from an economic perspective in terms of job creation and growth. Since the establishment of the Ministry of Culture in 2018, we've seen a growth in demand in jobs in the culture sector, creative industry more broadly, about 7% every year. We're looking at about 300 jobs being created by 2030. That's a large amount of jobs in a relatively short period of time. To contribute to that, we're looking at different organizations starting to focus more on offerings and learning opportunities or educational opportunities in these fields. So you see, for example, the Saudi Entertainment Academy focusing and expanding into the events management sector as well. So it recently revamped itself to become the Saudi Entertainment and Events Management Academy. On the other hand, at the CIC, the Cultural Investment Conference that was held in September, Prince Badr bin Abdullah bin Farhan just announced the launch of the Culture University, Riyadh University of Arts, which also aims to contribute more programs, more degrees, more offerings, not only in culture, but in those surrounding fields that support the MICE industry. So we realize that there's a growing demand for that contribution. We see that opportunity for us to fill that gap, and I think different agencies are trying to contribute in their own way. That's in terms of talent development. In terms of actual jobs and opportunities when it comes to the outcomes of some of these conferences, be it the Cultural Investment Forum, be it auction houses and auction platforms, be it something like Fashion Week, we're looking at businesses grow. We're looking at more business deals being struck in these kind of conferences. So if you were to measure it, really, you're looking at huge ripple effect from those events and that MICE opportunity created conversations that really take those businesses forward in a leapfrog manner.
Now, I know I talked to a few people earlier this morning who were here for the first time, so it's very exciting that we have new guests. And at every event, we have new guests coming in, so that's what I think we all have our jobs as ambassadors, we feel, when that happens. But talk to me a little bit about where LEAP fits in terms of technology and the communications industry. You know, just like we see the effect that it's having on the culture, how is it now looking at technology and communications as well?
Okay, so for technology, we view LEAP as a movement, not just an event.
And maybe for the people, maybe our new visitors, what was, I suppose, at the very roots of LEAP? I mean, it's a big flagship event. It's such a huge event. When that was put in place, what did you want to achieve there?
So the target was very clear. Again, going back to the role of government, making sure that we have higher GDP contribution of our sector, more jobs in that sector. I recall at the beginning of the first LEAP event that we had back in 22.
Yeah.
Just 1 month before the event, we had a call with His Excellency, the Minister, and we were deciding go, no-go decision.
That's a nerve-wracking time.
Precisely, it really was. So the first event, we were still learning, and we did a lot of work, but still, you didn't have that experience that you gain over the years. So we had the call, I remember, with His Excellency, and we had a vote, basically, and at the end of the day, we decided to go, and I'm so happy we did, because we achieved great results during that event. So going back to your original question, which is with regards to the contribution, what does LEAP do for technology in Saudi Arabia? So as I mentioned, LEAP is not just an event, it's a movement, so it's year-round. There are different events that happen and different, let's call them web seminars that happen, different engagements that happen. But the main thing is to bring in the greatest minds of the world when it comes to technology. We've had the top CEOs from Fortune 500 technology companies join us at that event. And when they joined us, they understand the value of Saudi Arabia and being here in Saudi and making business happen. I remember ServiceNow CEO, Mr. Bill McDermott, he had a very famous quote during LEAP, and he said, when Saudi works, the whole world works. And I truly loved that quote by Mr. McDermott. So going back, FDI is really important. Foreign direct investments is really important. LEAP has been growing in investments every year by about from 40 to 60% growth in FDI announcements. So we make sure we have this platform to announce these different, these different investments that come into the country and promoting it more for the reason of better life for the citizens, the residents of this country, in addition to creating more jobs. As I mentioned, this is really important for us. The events themselves have created great jobs. Maybe a short story here. So we had to move the event from the first venue to Melham, a much bigger venue. And our partners at SAP CSP had a brilliant idea of engaging the people of the small town, Melham itself. So we had tens upon tens of different volunteers that joined us at the event, and that we're really happy, and we honored them at the end of it. So that's a really important aspect, engaging the youth. So we said FDI, VC investments is really critical.
Yes.
And we've seen tremendous growth over the past few years. As a matter of fact, with the inception of LEAP in its first year, Saudi managed to become the top regional country in VC investments for the first time, which we're really proud of. This year, we're going to break our record of 1.4 billion US dollars in VC investments. So this is generating a whole lot of opportunities, business opportunities, partnerships, and making sure that the agenda of the technology is moving forward. And we're glad to report that we have exceeded all the different KPIs that we were hoping for, Edna.
Well done, and congratulations on that. I mean, it is quite phenomenal, I think, the pace at which everything is happening. And again, when we look at that pace, Noha, if we look at, you know, the impact that, yes, it's happening here in Saudi, in the region, but perhaps also, I think, in the wider world. I think Saudi Arabia now, without a doubt, is definitely on the map. And do you think that the MICE events that can happen here really have the power, have the possibility to actually impact probably more international relations in terms of what's going on here, bringing more people to the region, and again, I think putting Saudi on the map?
I think Saudi's already on the map now. So I think to your question, it's a great question, and we really see a drive forward towards that. Again, speaking from a cultural perspective, looking at the UNESCO agenda, for example, which is an agency we work with quite closely, and a lot of our work fits immediately into that. Hosting major events related to the UNESCO, moving some of those events from their current locations where they usually hosted and bringing them to Riyadh or to Jeddah, chairing some of those committees, I think, is already well in place. We see that replicated in sports as well. So a lot of the major events that are happening in sports, though usually having been hosted elsewhere in the world, are now being attracted to Saudi Arabia for numerous reasons. So the needle is moving in that direction. We see a lot of these places, I think, across different industries, or a lot of these events across different industries already finding their way, finding their home in Saudi, which we're very proud of. We've invested since the beginning, I think, about $23 billion into culture alone. That investment is recognized, I think, internationally. That growth in the industry, that rapid development that we see, I think, is attracting those international agencies, those international events to come to look for opportunities in Saudi and to really find their way into building on the momentum that's happening here. I think what His Excellency mentioned in his opening statement, as well is very important, opening keynote. We're not only looking to attract international events and flagship or let's say, names that already exist, but creating our own homegrown ones, what we also want to take to the world. So when you look at the Islamic Biennale, when we look at the Red Sea Film Festival, when we look at the Saudi Games, so on and so forth, we're really not only, we're balancing, I think, both what Saudi Arabia is bringing to the world and what we're open to look at from an international to, from a global to local perspective. Both those dimensions are quite important, and I think we're working on them in a balanced way.
Stay with me on this for a moment, because when you look at events around the world, I think a lot of organizers are looking for something perhaps a little bit different, something a little bit more authentic, and if anything, I think when they look at Saudi Arabia, it is a new destination. It's very fresh. There's so much going on. Do you think that we can capitalize here on that idea of more authentic and, you know, newer events, particularly bringing the sense of culture into these events?
You have two opportunities that we want to bring, or three opportunities rather, that you want to really build on. First of all, the rapid growth, the huge investments that are happening in Saudi Arabia across different industries. You want to look at this new destination, as you said, with all that it has to offer, from new opportunities, from new dimensions, from new flavors that people are not necessarily used to in other parts of the world. And you also want to look at the parts of not only economic development, but really that angle that Saudi Arabia brings that is different perhaps from what other parts of the world bring. When you look at culture, it infuses itself in each and every angle of it. You want to make sure that the visitor, not only from the event itself, starts getting exposed to culture, but even from their very touch point down or touchdown onto Riyadh airport or any part of Saudi's airport, you really feel that sense of identity, that rich heritage that Saudi Arabia has to offer. Ministry of Culture launched a program with the Ministry of Tourism recently, which is the integrating culture and art into hospitality. So everything from the sense of welcome, a warm sense of welcome that you receive from the airport, down to where you stay in the hotels. When you stay in any hotel room, you want to make sure that every little amenity and every little culinary opportunity or exposure is something that is really rich in that heritage that we have. And that makes it a memorable visit, right? So it's not, you might not remember everything about the visit, but that uniqueness that Saudi has to offer, I think, is something that's quite memorable and keeps bringing people back to Saudi with joy.
And that's wonderful to hear, because I think that sort of intentional impact that's going to do, as you said, hit all of those touch points along the way. It's sort of happening in the background, and it just makes people feel really good and different to be here. Mohammed, when we look to the future and other events that come up, and I think we see a very packed schedule when we look at the next year, even when we look at the next 5 years, the building that's going on, I think all of the excitement that's happening here, particularly in the technology and communication side. What are possibly maybe other events that are happening, or how are you expanding? What's your plans for the next leap? What can we expect?
Excellent. So next leap is going to be bigger and better, always.
Always.
And that
we
that
just
hap-
leap forward all the
we keep
time. That's
maintaining the leap. That's right. And we look at different. So we do this through different lessons learned. We make sure that after every event, during and after, good practices are strengthened and enforced further. Practices that need to improve are addressed, and make sure that. And that's why we've had great success in improving the event over only the past few years. Yeah. So when we started out at a small venue, as I mentioned. We had 80,000. We had an unexpected amount of people that visited us, and we had to move to the bigger locations I mentioned. The second year, we had a bigger location. We could accommodate more people, but still, for instance, we had some issues with traffic, as an example. The third year, this was resolved through different ways. So it's always important, Edna, to keep improving and keep having better. So regardless, so we talked about the numbers, improving the numbers of investments, VC startups, and supporting them. This will definitely continue. This is the basis, the nucleus. And on top of that, all the different aesthetics that come along with this event. Future plans, well, so LEAP, of course, is coming in 2026 on the 13th to the 16th of April. And I encourage everybody to spread the word and participate and register for the event. But in terms of expansion, so LEAP as a brand was created over the past 3 years. It's a totally new brand, Saudi brand, that was created in our partnership with Tahaluf, which is a collaboration between SAF CSP and Informa. And next year, not only are we having the bigger, better event, we'll also have LEAP East. This will be happening in Hong Kong, and it's going to happen in the beginning of the summer. And again, I urge you all to be there and attend. And this is part of spreading the word about Saudi, about the different achievements that we have, attracting more people to the country. And as His Excellency Fahad mentioned in his opening speech, we are not alone. We're part of this bigger, beautiful world, and we have to collaborate. We can't achieve everything on our own. This was the first thing we recognized. And we need this collaboration, whether it's with tech companies, whether it's events companies as well. So this is happening, and this is happening through, as I mentioned, expanding East. And we will have more events for LEAP specifically as a brand, spreading throughout the world in the coming years. Locally, we have supplementary events. So LEAP is the marquee event, but we have supplementary events that are concerned with technology, of course. Connected Worlds just finished a week ago. We have our Digital Government Authority. They have also a very big technology event highlighting the progress that the government has made in technology.
And I think that's so exciting too, because with all of those events and all of the key technology leaders that come in here, then we get to meet them at the FII, and we get to meet them at other events. So it all feeds into one. Noha, for particularly perhaps our new visitors who are here, maybe leave them with some ideas in terms of what they can do, what can they get involved in here, and what do you look at when you're looking at the cultural side in the near term? What's coming up that's exciting from your side?
So first of all, again, a very warm welcome to all our visitors from outside of Saudi. I think the first thing I want to say is make sure that you enjoy all of what Saudi has to offer while you're here. Don't stay in closed spaces, but really explore Saudi, especially with the good weather these days.
That's right.
We have beautiful destinations from Al-Ula to Jeddah to Riyadh to Asir. I think if you have the time, please go and make sure you visit all those places. If not now, then please, perhaps on future visits that we would look forward to welcome you in. We have the Red Sea Film Festival on the 4th of December in Jeddah. We have the opening of Red Sea Museum in Jeddah as well on the 5th of December. We have the Riyadh Bin Ali that will be hosted in early 23rd of January, I believe. We have, this time of year is quite busy. I think every other day we have quite a few events on our agenda that we have to, that we want to make sure that we attend. Salone del Mobile is ongoing now in Caft for design, coming in from Milan. There's a lot. I think if you open up a calendar of events, you're going to find plenty of events, whether you're a music fan. We have XP, Music Futures. We have Middle Beast coming. So whether you're a museum fan, whether you're a film fan, I think there's something for every other taste and every other interest. Other than that, make sure to try our Saudi cuisine. Make sure to go out and just enjoy meeting all the Saudi people and Saudi population that are very happy and excited to meet you and welcome you.
Thank you so much. And indeed, there is so much going on. And I'm finding that time and time again, when people come here, they do come back because they're very excited to see what's happening. Noha Katan, thank you so much. And Mohammed Al Robayan, thank you both so much for spending the time with us. Thank you. And that really just gives us a flavor in terms of some of the great work that's going on. I'm going to stay with you here. I have two more great speakers who are going to be with us in just a moment now. But again, I think we hear from the cultural authority there. We also hear from what's happening in technology and communication. And I think the speed and the excitement of what's happening here, particularly in the growth and the possibilities for the mice industry. I mean, it really is endless. So it's a very exciting time to be here. It's a very dynamic time to be here. I'm delighted now to welcome the CEO and a member of the board for the Saudi Tourism Authority. Please give a very warm welcome to Fahad Hamidadin. He joins me now in conversation. Lovely to have you. So we're going to really, in this first, I've got about a trio of session, and I have another colleague joining us in a couple of minutes, really be looking here at what's going on to get you an overall view of what's happening in the industry, the way you're ready to then go into a lot of detail that's going to come up. Fahad, thank you so much. We look at Saudi Arabia, and even already this morning, I mean, we know that it's really positioned itself on the global MICE map. Talk to me in terms of what you think really sets Saudi Arabia apart. What's so special about it?
So first, Salam Alaikum Jami'an, and good morning, and congratulations to Skega and the team, His Excellency and his wonderful team on putting this together. I think it's what sets us apart in simple terms, I would say, is the ambition from the top and the growth and momentum from the bottom. I mean, look at this event. This is the second year for the summit, and the traction that we see and the number of announcements that we're expecting is just tremendous growth, and it's indicative of everything else that you see in Saudi. So if we take this a bit down to the sector of MICE, as you may agree, I mean, I like the simple analysis of why people go to events. They go to grow their business, or they grow to learn, or they grow to enjoy. And to grow their business, they network. And I believe Saudi Arabia has proven to be one of the world's largest conveners in today's world. And the growth that it witnesses itself is a sentiment to what others could find in terms of opportunities for growth as well. The second is to learn. Yes, Saudi may not be advanced in every sector, but with its convening power and ambition, it has become one of the largest living laboratories for so many sectors. I can talk about the lab it has become for tourism in a way where we are challenging the concepts as we always knew them. Qiddiya is opening. By the way, I want to thank Noha, my previous panelist, who ended up doing my job and promoting the events and the destinations. But literally, I say lab environment, and I mean it, because we're convening the usual suspects and the futurists and the SMEs and the creators to reimagine things and challenge the old concepts. I talked about Qiddiya opening end of this year. It's a city that is opening one of 31 attractions, the Six Flags, and redefining speed, gravity, and with the 26 record-breaking rides. But more importantly, the city itself is going to challenge the concept of play. Play not just in entertainment, but play in living, education, mobility, all of it. The Diriyah next door, it's a new city that is challenging the concept of what urban can do in terms of authenticity and modernity. So being a pedestrian-centric destination, while all the advanced mobility solutions are underground, protecting our old heritage urban code. Red Sea is reimagining what sustainability is all about by not just preserving the marine life and the beautiful corals, but regenerative tourism making the place even better than it was. So these are all opportunities to learn by convening all the bright minds, the partners. The last, I would say, is people want to enjoy. And we've launched what we call the Unreal Calendar, and it's basically to allow the conference developers to pair their business events with any type of entertainment event they wish to have.
Talk to us a little bit about the Unreal Calendar, because it's very exciting. There's a lot of events and entertainment, and all of that complementary to the MICE events. And also, of course, you've got a boost with having Ronaldo himself helping you on that too. So why did you put that together, and what's been the response to it?
So the leadership realized that Saudi, as a destination, had many offerings, but not all of these offerings are ready for tourists. Thus, we launched the Giga projects. And whether it is heritage, adventure, or sun and sea, or just attractions like Qiddiya. However, events is something that you can offer as a bridge until these destinations are developed. Second, it actually catalyzes industries, even in the entertainment, sports, culture, all of, not just businesses. Because what it does, we had a couple of tournaments that we hosted for tennis. This King Slam ends, or the tennis tour ends. What ends up happening is we measure the spike of applications by youth, young Saudi talents, into the new tennis academies.
Right.
These are the legacies that these events act as catalysts for. So what we did is we realized that events is something that we can offer immediately, catalyzes our industry, create new opportunities for our people, and bridges the demand that we don't have until the Giga projects are in place. And what happened? It was a dashing success. We started with a few hundred events. Then we grew to last year to over 11,000 events sponsored and by the government. And what we did is we benchmarked against top cities in the world that have events. And Vegas was number one. Guess what? Last year, Riyadh had more events per week than Vegas had. And that's not the best part. The best part is government will not stay in this business. It looks at what's bankable, passes it to the private sector, and then reinvents and pushes the boundaries in new events. And we keep introducing marquee events, and this is one of them.
And when we're doing that, again, growing these events the way they can stand on their own, that's also going to grow the human capital. It's going to grow this as a business. I think that's what's also very important here, that this will become its own very viable, and is becoming its own very viable sector, whereby people are looking for jobs here, they want to work here. And even what we heard even earlier, bringing these events, not just from Saudi, but bringing them out to the world, that's very exciting as well.
I cannot agree more, but I believe the big opportunity is not to look at Saudi as a single market. Saudi is a destination for events for so many other global markets. What you see in FII as an example, it's a platform for the world. It's the Davos of investment. I mean, I'm a little biased, but we just launched an event called Tourise last year, and the convening power it witnessed, it gathered all global players, not talking about initiatives that will be launched in Saudi Arabia, but the launch, new concept that will be launched globally in Europe, in the US, in Asia. And I think that's the real power that you can get in a country where the leadership is very ambitious and learning so fast and empowering the private sector. And I think eventually people will always, I mean, we have the professionals here that know this industry better than I do. The PEOs and the likes. I mean, where do events go? They go where there is demand. And there is a demand today and a growing demand in the future. And to us, as a destination, you look at the delegation pipeline. And you think of your delegates pipeline with the demand of the destination as well, beyond just business. The tourism side has been on an accelerated growth for the past 6 years. So this is the story today. We've grown from 60 million visits to 120, but we really haven't started.
Indeed. You talk about FII and the Tourise. I was actually feeling very upset I wasn't here for that one. All my colleagues were at it. But FII, I'm very, very lucky. I've been at so many of them. And it was the Financial Times that actually called it the Davos in the desert, which, so we have the outside world looking at what's going on here and really viewing this. I think it also giving it that sense of tremendous credibility here. But talk to me about, I suppose, the experience of the delegate. You don't want to just put on events for the sake of putting them on. It really is about making this a big experience and something that people will remember. And maybe you're also shifting, I think, the focus on what events looked like before and what they can look like.
Sure. So people do go for events, but they come back for experiences. So if they enjoy the experience, they would come again, whether with other groups, with family, or themselves for entertainment, and explore what they didn't have time to explore at their first visit. So for me, the real success for these events is how much we can partner with the organizers of these conferences in a way that expands the experience beyond the venue. So we want to move from venue to destination. And if we do that right, you will not only create delight for the travelers, but you will for the attendees of the conference, but you will also generate repeat for the destination. And I think that is particularly the aim. If you look at what LEAP, as I talk about Saudi Tourism Authority, we partnered with LEAP and we created the LEAP nights, the LEAP days. I mean, Noha asked you to explore Al-Ula if you have time. I mean, within half an hour drive, you can go 300 back in time to Diriyah. 1 hour flight, you can go back 4,000 years in time to Al-Ula. Or another hour flight to one of the best kept secrets in the world, the Saudi Red Sea and the rich corals that give diving sites that you can never find anywhere else. So to me, how much can we actually create tours beyond the events and expand the experiences? And for the Muslims or those that are interested in culture, Islamic culture, now you can go to Medina, and if you're not Muslim, if you're a Muslim, you should be having an easy experience to go to Mecca. And if not, you can explore Medina. That was the first capital of Islam that is now open for the world.
And we're seeing tourists from around the world beginning to come here. And again, as I say, a lot of people who come here first, possibly for a conference, for an event, they're coming back to be tourists here, which is very exciting. Before we close up, what would be your message to the conference organizers, to the exhibition organizers, in terms of partnering with the Saudi Tourism Authority to really, I suppose, unlock more opportunities, because it's only going to get better?
I think go bold. We have so much ambition. Reach out to government entities, and I can say for STA, we will definitely partner, and we will pay greater attention to those that have greater ambitions and bolder ideas. And that's my promise is that if you're thinking of the future growth, I can comfortably say we have not started. We're the fastest growing destination for the past 6 years, but the road ahead is only going to go up. And the reason why I say this, because giga projects have not opened, and they are going to open at scale. They say a global airline champion built a destination, and we haven't started. Riyadh Air is just about to start.
Starting, yeah.
Saudi
Yeah.
expansion of fleets will make it the 13th largest, just the expansion makes it the 13th largest airline in the world. And lastly, they say global airports, successful airport hubs build destination, and those are still yet to come. So to me, the growth to 150 is going to be a home run.
So we're really only starting. And I think anybody who's been on this journey so far can feel that dynamism and that excitement. So thank you so much, Fahad. Hamid Adin, thank you for being with us here from the Saudi Tourism Authority. Lovely to have you.
Thank you.
And thanks for taking the time.
Yes.
And again, we look forward to all the great work that is coming. So much happening here. I think, once again, we hear the speed of what's happening here, the pace at what we're doing. It's almost hard to keep up with it at times. But it is a good place to be, and it's a very, very exciting place to be. We're going to hear now from the CEO of the Saudi Investment Promotion Authority, because we've heard earlier, really, this takes not just a village, it's taking a whole country to pull this together. So again, that's so exciting. Please give a very, very warm welcome for Khalid Al-Khataf is with us, the CEO of SIPA. So joining us now. Here he is, coming up the rear. Lovely to see you. I'm very excited to have you here, and when we look at all of this, it really, everything we've talked about and everything that is happening, it's really all about investment. But, you know, when we look at Saudi Arabia at the moment, I mean, many people talk about the transformation that's happening here. It's happening at such a speed. But talk to me a little bit about what defines it like now at this moment, and how do you see it evolving?
Well, thank you. First of all, good morning, everyone. And thank you for having me as part of the speakers of this wonderful gathering. Well, transformation in Saudi Arabia is not a concept. It's a reality. We started the journey of transformation with a great vision, which was the North Star of what is it that we wanted this country to change and be. And as the work started, we've seen that we're talking about results now. We're at a stage,
yes,
we're talking about results. We're not going to be wasting time of talking about what is it that we want to do. And numbers speak much stronger than anything else. If you look at our ability to change the GDP component,
yes,
non-oil GDP is now more than 50% by the latest.
yeah, and that is remarkable. People didn't think that would happen. But it has, yeah.
And then you look at what happened on the ground. You look at the sectors that were developed. Be it the latest, my colleague Fahad Hamid Al-Din spoke about tourism. And if you look at the achievement that it happened in a country that never experienced or people would never think of having tourism in Saudi, now we've outperformed the benchmark that was put for it, or the targets.
And I think sometimes people forget that, the speed at how it's happened. Now it's just the norm.
Absolutely.
But, what, 5 years ago, this was almost not possible.
It's not only this, as my colleague mentioned. Now it moved from being an industry to a place where people seek for events. Tourise, which is a great success by Ministry of Tourism and by Fahad's team as well. It's a wonderful testimony for what the kingdom have turned to be from a country that was not known for tourism, except the religious tourism, to a place where leaders of the industry come from all over the world. But tourism is only one example. If you look at the giga projects that people at first they say, well, these are monstrous projects. We're not showcasing a concept again. We're showing real projects that are not a real estate project. Yeah. It's a full ecosystem that has jobs, opportunities, incubators for technologies and what have you.
And development of the economy, of course.
Absolutely, absolutely. The impact is very, very real. And if you look at it, the transformation touched all sectors, most of the sectors. For example, in the Ministry of Investment, we have the National Investment Strategy, which has more than 20 sectors. If you look at those sectors, all of them are moving ahead. One is faster than the other, but all of them are being looked at and followed very carefully by the government.
And indeed, even within the MICE industry, there's actually probably events to cover all of these sectors. But also, talk to me about, I suppose, the dynamism and the speed at which this is happening. Does it transform into, investor concept and engagement and business engagement? I know you've been very busy with the Italian investment event that was going on this week, and I was just reading about that, 22 sectors they're investing in at the moment here, and of course the excitement on the World Cup, not to mention all of that.
Sure.
So, and I've just come back from the US with your colleagues from the investment ministry as well. So there's so much going on there. Is this what you want to see?
This is what we're seeing.
This is what you're seeing.
The latest event that we've took part, which was yesterday, where we had more than around 1,600 businessmen from Italy and from Saudi Arabia, and they were touching different sectors. Each event or each trip focuses in certain sectors, given the country that we are interacting with and the interest of the private sector of this country. So for Italians colleagues, they were interested in certain sectors that they have a niche and they want to take part of this wonderful transformation that's taken place in Saudi Arabia. They see opportunities, they see potential for growth, and a place where they can reestablish and have another wave of growth for their industries. This is what it's taken place.
And that's just with the Italian group this time.
Absolutely.
I'm sure you have you've lined up every other group as the year will go by, and everybody is now probably competing to make sure that they're on your agenda.
Yes.
Talk to me about the delegate experience. This is something I think Saudi is doing extremely well, and you're putting it at the top of your agenda when it comes to encouraging the MICE industry here and the growth of it.
Sure.
Why is that so important?
Well, it is important because the whole different sectors in Saudi Arabia, they work together. Yes. Okay, we try to avoid, and we've been very successful in seeing different sectors in Saudi Arabia, different ministries or what have you. They work in a beautiful collaboration. So the delegate experience is not the classic. You go and you attend a conference and then from it to the airport and fly. What we put there is a full package of experience of what is this country that you're visiting? You probably Googled it. You've probably seen some programs or what have you, but seeing firsthand is believing. And what we've been able to present to the delegates, anywhere from the infrastructure, airports, hotels, programs of entertainment, culture, historic assets that have been opened for visiting, and most of all, we have a calendar for entertainment and cultural events that's now being followed regionally and internationally. And that's, again, it's another testimony of the level of success of shedding the light on what we're all about. And it's not just a marketing gimmick.
Yes.
This is a real change that you will see.
And I think the possibilities that are there and the potential for the people that have yet to come. There are so many more people that have yet to come that Saudi maybe hasn't been on their radar yet, but I think the speed at which that's happening is very exciting.
Sure.
Now, this event here this year, 2025, is very much focusing on public-private partnership.
Yeah.
And to do that in terms of growing the MICE industry. Why is that so essential that we have that strong formation, that strong foundation, and we build on the public-private partnership?
Look, governments are globally known for regulating, licensing, making sure that whatever the private sector is in need for, it is there, including some part of the infrastructure. And the government of Saudi Arabia has been investing heavily in it and smartly, and the investment is done through a well-structured strategies that started with a vision, where are we going, and followed by a rigorous and very smart way of doing it, where at the same time it's enabling the private sector to be part of it, aware of what's taking place. The strategy was announced, and the private sector role is to bring new ideas, innovate, partner with international partners, and bring their capabilities and work together in order to make this vision a success. And they have been doing this.
Do you think the government here has a much more, I suppose, business-like approach than perhaps in other countries, that they've really taken the development of the country, of the tourism, of the MICE industry, and they're almost spearheading it? Yes, they're enablers, but they're very active enablers in there, aren't they?
Yes. The government has done part of the infrastructure is the fact that the speed of which the business is being conducted through digitalization of the whole government services. For the private sector, especially now, what is the profile of the private sector? It's youth, young, educated. Yeah. They want to run their business from their cell phone, if you would. The government put the infrastructure, safe infrastructure, fast, agile, predictable, and with the use of digitalization, the transparency is the name of the game. And that fits with the values of the youth, the new youth in Saudi Arabia that is educated. It's parallel with any other youth in the globe. So the end result is that the entrepreneurs, the businessmen, found a government that is matching them in terms of speed, follow-up. They promise and they deliver. And no wonder you see the progress taking place in the non-oil GDP. Yes. No wonder to see many entrepreneurs coming to Saudi and coming from within Saudi. It's a natural result of the wonderful work that was done from the get-go.
So do you think that's what's driving the momentum and really, I suppose, instilling the confidence in foreign investors to come here now, and particularly when we look at building the private side of the tourism industry and even beyond that, the MICE industry, hopefully?
Yes. We saw it in the numbers, okay, FDI. we're seeing it on the different visits that we are having with different economic centers, be it in the Far East. We just came a week ago from India, and my other colleagues were in the U.S., and we have other people in other parts of the world. And like I told you, each part of the world, they bring their niche industries into saying, we want, how can we go and be part of it? And our role in the investment apparatus and the Ministry of Investment and SIPA is to, explain, lead, and make sure that they are sitting with the right partners, they're seeking partners, or if they are interested in going solo on themselves, especially with the recent announcement of the foreign law, which gives national treatment to the investor, which basically, if you come to Saudi, you will be not only treated as a local investor, you will have all the advantages that the Saudi investor is taking, including, exporting to others, which serves our purpose as well.
And I think that's what's so exciting about the potential and the possibilities that we look to in the future. Just one closing word to our dear audience here, if you want to leave them a message, since we have you here and we're at the very start of this two-day conference. What should they be looking out for?
Look, like I started, this change is real. It's we moved from showcasing a concept into a real economy, real results. We're not talking about, how to build. We're talking about how to accelerate faster, how to improve faster. You're all invited to take part of it. And best of luck for everyone interested in coming to Saudi.
Well, thank you so much, and thanks for your drive and inspiration behind it as well. Khaled Al-Khataf, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Lovely to have you. And now I think we've just, what a great start to the morning here, really talking to some of the key players in Saudi Arabia at the moment, in the MICE industry, looking at what we can do here. Again, we look at the Saudi Investment Promotion Authority, and I think we've seen over the last couple of years, as he said, the speed, the growth, the momentum that's happening, the changes in regulation, the fact that the private sector, particularly in the tourism side, in the MICE industry, is actually on the move and is growing at such an exponential rate. All of this very, very exciting, of course, to build into what's happening here in Saudi Arabia and to build into the growth in human capital, the growth in a very new business. So often I think we have to reflect back and just see what has happened in such a short time. Again, we look at all of the people who are involved in this. We're going to talk to so many of them in the next 2 days here. We have some great panels, some great expertise. And now I'd like to invite my dear colleague and moderator, Sally Musa, joins us with her panel. So please give her a very warm welcome. And again, we have quite a big panel, as you can see. So I'm going to hand it over to Sally and her panel. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Etna, and what a fantastic round of discussions this morning with their excellencies as we take a look at the incredible growth that is happening here in the Saudi capital and the nation at large. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everybody. It is wonderful to see a room that is really filled with all of the people who are quite literally building the global platforms where industries move, economies connect, and ideas are transforming into action. It is wonderful to have you with us. And our next conversation gets straight to the heart of what every organizer, venue, bureau, government partner what they're all grappling with, and it is how do you continue delivering world-class events in a world that is defined by volatility, whether we're talking geopolitical or logistical, and still protect value, trust, and long-term growth. Events today are being shaped by rising operational costs, shifts in client expectations, inflation pressures, and competition that is fiercer and more global than ever before. And yet, despite all of this, the MICE industry itself is accelerating at faster rates than ever. And so today we're exploring how the world's leading organizations are adapting, where the next growth markets truly are, and how public-private partnerships can become powerful engines of resilience and competitiveness. And so I'm delighted to welcome an exceptional panel of leaders with me today, starting with Ghada Rashid, co-founder and managing director of Gexpo, the force behind more than 200 world-class events that showcase Saudi talent, culture, and innovation. Welcome, Ghada.
Thank you.
Followed by Mbarak Shamsi, Director of Abu Dhabi Convention and Exhibition Bureau, representing one of the region's fastest rising MICE destinations, where bold investments and destination strategy are positioning the UAE capital as a leader in global competitiveness. Welcome, Mbarak.
Thank you.
Followed by Dr. Senthil Gopinath, the CEO and of the International Congress and Convention Association. And Dr. Senthil redefines association meetings worldwide, from Sri Lanka to Europe to the global stage, leading ICA in strengthening the industry's collaborative muscle across more than 110 countries. Followed by Laurent Noel, Special Advisor to the President, Strategic Partnerships at Comexposium. Welcome, it's so good to have you. Overseeing more than 50 major trade shows across agriculture, food, beverage, construction, fashion, security, and so much more, spanning 15 countries. And Chris Skeeth, OBE, CEO and Managing Director of UFI. And as UFI celebrates its 100th anniversary, it is representing more than 900 organizations across 90 countries. Welcome. Welcome to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for our speakers.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let's get into it, Chris. I'd love to start with you, because we talk about the uncertainty, but some markets are accelerating dramatically, whether it's driven by government investment, new ventures, changing industry priorities, so much. And you're seeing that growth. Which are the regions or the market segments that you're seeing the strongest growth potential in right now, and the signals that you're watching most for?
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. It's a real privilege and honour. So we read our signals from our members, from our boards, from various different pieces of research that we conduct regularly, and also through approaches by organisations for familiarisation trips and delegations. So there's quite a lot of information that we collate together. But what we're finding, certainly in our latest reports, the biggest segments and growth areas are the Middle East, South and Southeast Asia, and also South America. And within our sentiment survey, our barometer, we found that the areas of Brazil, India, Malaysia, Mexico, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, the responses showed that people there are expecting to see an increase of more than 5% in their turnovers within all of those particular regions. So that's really great to see. And we believe, particularly as we're sitting here in wonderful Riyadh, we believe that interest and that growth is because of newness, but also really clear strategic plans like Vision 2030 that really put events at the heart of the strategy of the region in terms of driving growth and relevance in key sectors. So the indicators certainly for here are super strong.
And how are you establishing that interest when you're seeing those new growth markets? What are you doing with your members in particular to bring them, as you say, to these new markets that often people haven't even been to the country? It's amazing to see the growth that's happening in Saudi Arabia, but so many top executives I meet are coming here for the very first time. And so talk to us about how you're seeing and driving that growth.
So everybody is really busy, and we're very lucky to have organisations like specifically here for Skega who organise familiarisation trips, which are incredible. It's a real safe space for people to inquire, to investigate, but also at a real senior level talk to each other about their hopes, aspirations, concerns, all those different areas. And a couple of months ago, we had a trip, and where there's newness, we get interest. So here, the rapid change in venue landscape is people need to see and experience it firsthand. We welcomed 28 individuals from 23 member companies for a whirlwind, very well orchestrated tour for 3 days in Jeddah, Riyadh. And we investigated and we met government officials, different departments, different venues, but we were able to really experience it. As they say, if you've not been to Saudi and Riyadh, you need to come and experience the rapid changes that we're seeing. So we were able to fulfill that interest by collaboratively working with local partners such as Skega and let our members experience the changes firsthand.
Dr. Senthil, if I can come to you now, keeping that global perspective as well. We're in a period of inflation, transportation costs, labour pressure, supply chain disruptions. So many different factors are really reshaping the industry right now. And so talk to us about how global organisers are then recalibrating their strategies to be able to manage those rising costs while still delivering the kind of quality and the experience that the clients expect.
Thank you, Sally. That's a lot of issues to solve. Wonderful to be here for the second year. I think I like to sort of quote what His Excellency said. We as an industry, we are the enablers, We constantly evolve, we constantly relook at all about innovation and creativity. Now, the cost of operation, the cost of magnitude of events what we organize, yes, it's an issue. How do we resolve the cost of operation, find the right talent, and put the events together? But if I give an example, artificial intelligence is one of the key topics at the moment in what we speak around the world. In the database of ICA, it clearly shows 864 new meetings only on that segment was created between 24 June up until now. So we're talking little over a year, the magnitude of size of events under one discipline been created during such short period. So the economy of scale is helping to mitigate the costs, to also to look at how we spread across many sectors, many activities of events to sort of balance the costs in a proportional manner. Of course, we drive knowledge economy, which cannot stop in any circumstances for a country, region, or a city, because you need meetings, you need conferences constantly to drive that knowledge economy. That's what even Saudi Arabia is doing, listening to all these great speakers in the morning. It clearly showcases that every element, every activation needs a conference or event put together, like what Sega is doing wonderfully for the second year. So the economy of scale is really helping to balance that cost of operation, the inflation. The other part, how the industry is becoming so, like you rightly mentioned, it's achieving a growth factor, not only in Saudi Arabia, but in many parts of the world, primarily because more topics coming in, and most importantly, we are becoming more creative and innovative as an industry. So that's continuously driving to balance the cost of operation.
Talk to us a little bit more about how they're becoming more creative and innovative in cost cutting.
Absolutely, because I think if you take 2-3 decades ago, what is events all about is having in a best venue, best content put together, and getting the people together. But now it's all about experiential, looking at what is your audience, and more importantly, individualize your audience. It's not about catering to 1,000 people together, but segmentize the audience, look at the interest, the requirement of each person coming in. It has gone down to even, if you're looking at artificial intelligence usage now, it's gone down to even smaller 2 to 3 people groups, to really target what they and what kind of experiential learning they want to go through. That's one part of it. The second part of it, the event design element. Constantly organizers are looking at how do we look at creative models, creative activations, creative engagement opportunities during the events. I can give you an example. A couple of weeks back, 2 weeks back, we did the ICA Congress in Portugal. We tried this multi-venue concept we were very at a risk. We were looking at about almost 11 venues for about 1,500 people. It was a bit of a huge risk to take. But mind you, people who all came in there, they were so amazed. They found their way in terms of experiencing the content, networking with the right people who they want, because it's a large audience. And the third part is engaging with the community and also seeing the entire city in a very different perspective. So event design is something really, really up there. And we see that in Saudi Arabia. Amazing event from Leap, everything you look at it. Phenomenally, the design is driving the event than the other way around.
Yes, design is essential.
Absolutely.
And keeping the customer experience at the center of it. And I hear you talking there about personalization, which is something we definitely need to get into as well. And speaking of Saudi Arabia, Rada, I would love to bring you in on the conversation now, because Saudi's growth story is unlike any other that we have ever seen in terms of it being driven by culture, sports, entertainment, mega projects, you name it, it is happening here in the kingdom. But what sectors and audiences, in terms of audience behavior, are you seeing that is really accelerating the fastest from your vantage point at Gexpo?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. To be honest, the change that's happening in Saudi, I believe, is very unique. It affects every aspect of our lives on a daily basis. I think out of all of these segments, I think sports, culture-driven experiences are the most accelerating and the fastest growing, as it kind of touches the mass of the population. But it has to be always an authentic experience, something that is engaging with the audience, and that has the identity of Saudi. At the end of the day, when you are presenting any event or any entertainment even show, it has to be relevant to the audiences. So I think sports, culture-driven experiences are the fastest growing nowadays.
How do you keep it authentic? You know, you talk about you need to have Saudi at the heart of it. You can't just bring in experiences from outside, the stars from outside, even though you're doing that in an amazing way. How do you keep the true Saudi identity at the heart of everything?
I believe in partnering with international companies sometimes, if needed, in specialized projects. So Saudi is kind of a special market, so you need to always have the local know-how with you. So infusing any event with the local identity to suit the audience is very important. So, for example, we have done many international shows that we brought to Saudi, entertainment shows, but we had to localize all the content. The narrative has changed, the story has changed for it to be successful in Saudi, and we saw that success. So I believe changing and modifying the content to suit the audience is very important.
And what are the signals that you're looking at to know where the demand is heading next?
I think the future of the demand is very clear. It's everything that is engaging with the audiences, everything that is authentic, everything that's relevant to the audience. So you cannot, people won't be interested in coming to an event that's not relevant to them. So the right target, the right segment, the right content, in my personal opinion, is what makes an event successful.
Laurent, if we can come to you, when we talk about uncertainty, the real differentiator today is in how organizations are using intelligence and forecasting as well. And of course, AI is at the center of all of that right now. So how can data-driven scenario planning in particular help MICE players stay agile when the conditions can change overnight?
Well, thank you, Sally. Thank you for having me on that panel. It's a tough question in a sense that, I mean, we could talk about that for hours. Though let's try to make it simple. AI is definitely a way to get information, but it's far from being comprehensive. I think for us organizer, to get onto a new market, we need to do our due diligence, try to get, by all means, all information about the markets. But it's also visiting the market. is having boots on the ground. That makes the difference because it's talking to the local community, talking to the businesses, governments. This is how you really feel how it's going to be a good idea. Because what you could feel in the data is key because you can ask anybody, okay, would you like to have a show in wherever you want to go? The result is probably 100%, it's going to be always like 50-50. 50% will tell you yes, 50% will tell you no. So it doesn't help you much. So at the end, to make your own conviction, you need to be really understanding the market and be there. There is no way you can operate a trade show without being active on the market. So it's a combination of data-driven, so data you will collect from all over, and being there. That will create you the intelligence to identify how you will be operating. And also, and I rely to what you said, is that it needs to be adapted to the market. We often talk about geo-cloning in our business. I don't use that word geo-cloning because to me that's a mistake. It's geo-adapting. You have a strong brand, it can be a very strong brand in the typical market. When you go to another one, if you don't adapt it, it's going to be a failure, whatever the IP is. And this is why it's important to really understand it.
What are the best examples that you've seen of that, of being geo-adaptive rather than geo-cloning?
If I take one of our shows, we have 3 brands which are very active internationally. So we have the Cial. Cial is a food show. It's the largest food show in the world, which we have, the flagship is in Paris, and then we have it in Canada, in Jakarta, in China, in Malaysia, in India. Every single market has a different focus, whether it's a stronger import or we bring the local product, domestic, and the products which the market is looking at. Millipol is a homeland security. In that, we will be talking to the local government and make sure that the offer we're going to bring is targeting the current needs of the local government. And Silmo is the optics, which is going to be also the same. You have optometrics or opticians, you have designer brands or mass manufacturing, so every market is different. So when we build a concept, we need to address and target the right audience, whether it is exhibitor or attendees, and then bring the right content also. And the content will be different from one country to another.
Mubarak, if I can come to you now, of course, one of the biggest themes that we see globally is that nobody can future-proof alone. You need governments, you need venues, you need organizers, bureaus, everybody has to align. So what models of public-private collaboration for you are proving the most effective in mitigating financial and operational risks? And where have you seen that work particularly well?
Shukran, Sally, and thank you for hosting me here in this amazing event. Let me quote what His Excellency mentioned in his opening speech, which I think all of us here in this great platform, we're all talking collaboration. And if there is one single ingredient that have been seen in Abu Dhabi that led to a great success in Abu Dhabi's MICE industry being developed and really growing in the past years, is collaboration. And when I'm talking about collaboration, we are 100% sure that we cannot deliver as governments today and events in the MICE industry alone. We need to collaborate with all the stakeholders involved here, either it was government entities in certain verticals or certain areas, or the private sectors when they are coming to in order to support us in this regards. Regardless whatever model is in the PPP model or is in a sense of an incentive programs that's been delivered by different destinations here and there, but it's really key to create that collaboration. So one of the main inputs or the main areas that we've been focusing on in the past, I would say 5-6 years, is really to work and to pave a way that is very clear strategy and how we are collaborating with our stakeholders around the industry. Now, when I say stakeholders, not necessarily based in Abu Dhabi specifically, but also internationally. And it's been doing very well in the past years. An example of this may be creating an incentive scheme. When I say incentive scheme, it's not necessarily a financial incentive scheme. It could be also non-financial incentive scheme. One of the key areas that we need to focus on and we need to understand as governments or as convention bureaus in Abu Dhabi is how to work with our stakeholders. What is their stake? How much of a skin they are putting into the game in order to make their events successful in the destinations, and how the destinations or Abu Dhabi can help them in order for them to reach that point. So collecting or collaborating and putting all this together and highlighting the right stakeholders to be involved in the right topics, the right needs, the requirement. You've mentioned it very clearly when you mentioned you are catering certain events to certain areas and certain regions. And this is where we need to come in with a very strong initiatives to reflect to those organizers or to the private sectors how we collaborate together. An amazing example of this, since you're here, Dr. Senthil, is ICA Congress that we've hosted last year in Abu Dhabi 2024. And that really reflected how amazing collaboration has been done by the private and the government sector. I'm talking about airlines, venues, hotels, education institutions, government economic entities being involved in this, and also the international association from that perspective. All this coming together and having a very clear structure way, because it's very easy to say that I'm going to be collaborating with everyone, but having a clear platform or clear let's say, model and structured model in order to collaborate, I think it's very key for a success.
Absolutely, and I think Abu Dhabi definitely does it very well. And coming back to Ghada's point earlier, you keep what it is to do it the Emirati way, which is something that I think brings people in. It is part of who we are in the Arab world, but it is essentially in its DNA collaborative.
100%.
And it is building those relationships, and building those relationships is essential to making sure you have those partnerships that will bring you through any uncertainty.
100%.
So Ghada, coming back to you now, Saudi Arabia's ecosystem for events is definitely built on intensive collaborations when we're talking about ministries, mega projects, venues, cities, private organizations. For you, what are the public-private collaboration models that are proving most effective for Saudi Arabia right now?
Let me start by saying that nowadays in Saudi, events are becoming the engines of growth and the platform to show the world how Vision 2030 is being implemented and delivered. Otherwise, we all won't be here in a second edition of this summit. I think Saudi already had started a few years back with the PPP program, and they have a lot of initiatives, they have a lot of collaboration, a lot of incentives that are already happening here in Saudi. So I believe just strengthening these, developing them, growing them more is an essential element to have a lasting impact for events. I think we have in every sector, or most of the sectors, a type of incentives, whether be it financial or non-financial, as Barak said. We have a kind of incentive, a collaboration between governments, ministries, giga projects, mega projects, private sector. As you know, event in its nature it thrives on collaboration. Even within one entity, all the departments work together to deliver a successful product. So that is, I believe, reciprocal on a larger scale with entities, with cities, with ministries, with all the private sector. So I think we already have them, but we need to maybe grow them and expose them more to everyone.
If I can come back to you, Chris, when we're talking about, and to Dr. Senthil as well, looking globally again, you've got UFI and ICA. They, of course, represent the backbone of global knowledge exchange. And so during volatile cycles, their role becomes particularly important as well. So how can associations then strengthen industry resilience, promote standardization and create that shared intelligence that prepares the sector for its next wave of disruption? Chris, if I can start with you.
So those sort of circumstances play to the strengths of associations. People need a Northern Star to turn to understand, to share information, intelligence. So as long as you listen to your members, we could provide a really strong platform. And individually, we'll all be creating our own data sets from which you can make judgments. But I think now, and certainly post-COVID, there's much more of an interaction between associations. So we meet regularly to discuss harmonizing data. There should only be one source of truth in terms of the size of the market. So increasingly that knowledge exchange is much more across the sectors as well. And then the other thing that's probably even longer term is preparing ourselves for future disruption with standardization. So we've recently been able to work together as a group of sort of 90 odd associations, national associations, to help create TC 354, which is a new ISO standard, the International Standardization Organizations. It's the first one that's purely for events, and events of all types, exhibitions, conferences.
This is the first one we've had for events.
First time we've had our own technical committee just for events. We've always been put into buckets with other industries. So
Interesting.
this is a real amazing opportunity for us to coalesce around the world with our national associations to shape those standards which may become future regulations. So we're beginning, I think, rather than tactically reacting to for our own member data sets, to collaboratively working across data to support everybody, but also future-proofing our industry with standardization. And there are some really significant steps ahead for that.
Fantastic. Dr. Sento.
Thank you. I think well said by Chris. I think, Sally, the most important part is that we are a very resilient industry. We learned from difficult times. We bounce back much faster compared to any other industry. But fundamentally, what we are doing across 6 continents, making huge investment on vertical called education, continuously building that knowledge proposition from a grassroots level, from a younger generation to everybody who's involved, because that's one of the key areas that will keep us. Standardization is very important, but educating from a grassroots level is very important. That's where we'll be resilient. The second part is that having strategic partnership. For example, we even partnered with UN Tourism across the world. It's primarily to be part of the bigger picture as a meeting, say, or MICE events industry. Primarily, we then are part of economies. We're part of the political leadership mindset that this industry is there to drive the future of the local economy or regional or global economy. So we become a talking point in every table, every desk around the world among the policymakers. So that's constantly is the other approach we're making around the world, getting the larger entities which are driving global economies to understand who we are, so that when a difficult time comes, we are part of that dialogue. They don't forget us now and then, and we have to bounce back again. So these are 2 fundamental elements, I think, constantly. It's a long road. It needs a lot of investment. It needs to be in the balance sheet of every organization, the knowledge and the advocacy effort. It's not something like associations or countries like a city like Abu Dhabi can do it. It's all about a complete ecosystem coming together. And in every smaller or a higher level, everybody needs to contribute. And that's again to come to where we are. Every activation contributes to that. So that's congratulations to SEGA for doing it annually, bringing it together. Yes, we see familiar faces over and over again, but we forget there that each contribution what we make, it's part of the bigger picture. So we need to do more of these.
SCEGA is definitely doing a lot in terms of really building the global ecosystem that we really need for events and for MICE. Laurent, if I can come back to you, how are you rethinking portfolio strategy in terms of what are the events that you want to scale, what are the ones that you want to redesign, the ones that you want to sunset? How do you stay commercially strong while still delivering that meaningful value? And what are the sectors and the areas you're looking at that are going up and the ones that are a little bit more volatile?
We are, basically every portfolio we have, we try to develop them.
Yes.
There is no way we're going to cancel any of them. And that's where I come back to what I was saying is some events goes better in some environment and some others. So, and we tried in the past in some to bring a show in a market, didn't work out so well, so we stepped down and went to another market. But we constantly look at our portfolio to bring into new markets. We are a global organizer, so the way we do is we really look at our strength, our connections, our relationships, and then we go to the new markets. This is why Saudi is such an important market. We are not there yet, coming soon, in a large scale.
In a big way.
Yeah, we want to, because when we go somewhere, we want to make it efficiently. So we take our time, but then when we come, we bring all our IPs. So, and Saudi is a very interesting market in that way, because I've been coming here a few times, and you can feel that the dynamic is here. The dynamic is here. It's a very interesting market with a simple fact. There is a large population, and that makes a big difference.
A large untapped population that is
Exactly.
so excited
And
for what's to come, yeah.
Which I believe that there is a lot of opportunities, and this is where we have a lot of our portfolio coming up here.
We are fast running out of time, but Mubarak, I want to get you in here once again. In terms of Abu Dhabi, it really has positioned itself as a destination that delivers reliability and high standards and strong value, particularly in volatile times as well. So for you, what are the strategic investments and policies that make Abu Dhabi stand out in such a way?
Definitely. I think maybe I've touched on a couple of those in the previous questions, but definitely some of those areas, to be very time cautious, is introducing a government risk sharing component or a program, the likes of incentive program. We do, for example, in Abu Dhabi, have an Advantage Abu Dhabi program. It's an incentive and non-incentive scheme in order to work with the organizers, BCOs, BEOs, in order to de-risk their cost or their risks in delivering certain events in certain times. All what I want to reflect here is definitely it's very important for government and convention bureaus to work very closely and to be considerate to the ecosystem of the MICE industry during certain times. But also in the long term, it's very important also to invest in certain areas like infrastructure, for example, and venues and airlines. Today in Abu Dhabi, ADNIC, if I'm taking ADNIC Center, is the biggest convention center that we have in Abu Dhabi. They're investing in creating, let's say, a more reliable, convenient venue, which is Marine Hall, which was just launched 2 years back. But also at the same time, we have Etihad Arena, which is a multi-purpose venues, which could be also an amazing solutions for certain times in order for us to do that cost reliability a bit when it's needed to be. So it's very important also to look into these areas and how to invest in those infrastructures. Another main component I want to reflect here very importantly is, again, the collaboration and coordination between the stakeholders and the venues and the hoteliers and the airlines. Today, it's very key for us to speak one language as Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi Inc. is not only the government, but also is the private sector. When an international organizer comes and decides to deliver certain events and certain verticals in Abu Dhabi, he finds the full support from the whole value chain of the destinations, and he really feels the value and reliability of the destinations for the long run.
What a fantastic discussion. I want to thank each of you so much, because it's clear from everything that's been discussed that uncertainty and cost in volatility for global events remains one of the most important engines of connection, economic value, and global cooperation. But resilience, collaboration, and partnerships is how we build those ecosystems that are going to sustain and grow MICE now and into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our fantastic speakers. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sally.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. As we've just seen, the MICE industry today isn't just about hosting events, it's about creating that global value engine. Because when you invest in MICE, you're investing in the infrastructure, as we've just heard, urban regeneration, talent, diversification, and the global positioning of an entire destination as well. And so that is why we're in fact seeing a surge in mergers and acquisitions. We're looking at joint ventures also increasing, as well as bold partnerships. A thriving MICE sector lifts everything. Hotels, airlines, venues, tech, creative industries, hospitalities, all at once. And this is where the real long-term value is being built. And so it takes us perfectly into our next conversation. Because once you understand why MICE has become such a powerful investment driver, you see exactly why alliances and consolidations are accelerating. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our distinguished speakers for this next session. Welcome, gentlemen. Today we are joined by two leaders who are at the forefront of the shifts that we have just been talking about this morning, each representing a different strategic lens on growth, consolidation, and collaboration. Stefan Rummel, the CEO of Messe München, leading one of the world's biggest exhibition groups with iconic brands like BOMA, IFAT, and IAA Mobility, and while steering global expansion, mergers and acquisitions, as well as innovation governance. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
So good to have you.
Thanks for having us.
As well as Isa Juwanih, the president of Emerald X, leading the strategic oversight and growth of more than 140 events and the architect behind major diversification and partnership strategies across the portfolio. Welcome, Isa.
Thank you, Sal.
It's great to have the both of you. Isa, if I can start with you. We've seen an acceleration in mergers and acquisitions, alliances, and ecosystem building across the MICE landscape. And so from your perspective at Emerald, what are the macro forces that are driving this momentum? Is it scale, diversification, or is it a deeper shift in business models?
Sure. So as a publicly traded company, we always look at our growth through either organic growth, launches, and acquisitions. And M&A has been a very important part of our growth strategy over the last 4 years, with over $500 million of investment in new acquisitions and 10 plus acquisitions. So, when we think about why we do acquisitions, I would say scale and operating leverage are certainly a key driver for us. We believe that we can support these acquisitions with our infrastructure, with our back office capabilities, while maintaining the front sales, marketing, and focus on the community as part of those assets. I think, second of all, in terms of why we do that, our money and our capital follows the growth. So when we look at our portfolio of all these events and all these brands, we treat them as an investment portfolio. We have brands that are doing exceptionally well and others that are in sectors that might not be growing as fast as others. So as we look to deploy capital, we're always looking at those high growth sectors and those high growth verticals and brands. And that's how we deploy our capital from an M&A perspective. And I would say lastly, and I think this is shifting a little bit, is we're not just acquiring assets and brands, we're acquiring capabilities. So those capabilities can be technology-based, they could be know-how in terms of event design and event execution. And we bring all of those together to benefit from these acquisitions in terms of learnings and best practices that we can deploy across our business.
Is this something that you're seeing globally, these three different factors, or is it more pronounced, particularly here in the Middle East and in Saudi Arabia as a high growth market?
No, I think this is global. I think you have
potentially different constructs and mindset in terms of organizers, whether they're publicly owned or privately owned, publicly traded or not. So I think there are some nuances that impact the mindset a little bit, but I think in terms of the overall drivers, we all want growth, we all want expansion, and M&A consolidation and partnerships in growing markets are where we want to be and where we want our business to be.
If I can come to you now, Stefan. Mesa Motion oversees some of the most globally recognized shows. And so as the organization then expands through acquisitions and multinational partnerships as well, how do you then still preserve creativity, agility, as well as local relevance, something that we were just talking about in the panel earlier, while you're leveraging the efficiencies that consolidation brings?
Well, actually, scale per se, it does not create great events. It's actually creativity, agility, and...
it's the other way around.
Exactly. That's what gives the shows the soul at the end. So what I tell our people, no matter what we do, if we buy a show or if we do alliances and collaborate, I tell them, empower the local management. This is the first thing. You know, keep the core. We bring the core, big brands or some key customers. But everything around it, the content, the adjustment of the segments, this is local. And I've never seen a company doing very well when everything was centralized. So don't impose the Messe Munich blueprint on all the regions. We are very strong in China, very strong in India. We're doing very well in Brazil, and now we are obviously coming to Saudi Arabia. And we learned that running the core of the show with the soul of this region, this is what we do, and this is where we are successful.
And so when you're talking operationally as well, what are the factors that you're looking at? You kind of mentioned, you know, the cultural, the structural, or is it both as well? So talk to us in a bit more detail how you do that.
Yeah, sure. It's both.
Yeah.
The first thing is when we, let's say, for example, collaborate and we bring one of the environmental technology shows here, IFAD, to Saudi Arabia. So what we bring is the core concept of who are the guys who are buying this stuff, like water treatment, wastewater treatment plants, recycling machinery and stuff like that. And we know exactly who are the buyers of that. So this is the core. But then for Saudi Arabia, it might be different than in other countries. If you look at the Vision 2030, we derive these things from strategies that a country like the Kingdom has, for example. So we follow and align with that and bring the topics that are relevant to this part of the world. Usually here it's trailblazing things that are happening. Water and resources is a huge topic. And so therefore we also try to bring more innovative technology here. Yes. And because we can do that, there's financing for that. And so these are the things that we do from a content side. And then, as I said, bringing in our people from the headquarters, they are more on global content that is relevant to all the industries in every country. We bring in the key account knowledge because some of the big key accounts, they work across the globe. They come with us to 12 shows, so we bring them with us. We try to operate a global network and not like a centralized machinery who's trying to put out everything, because then you only get copy and paste. So we value the local management, and I know they can emotionalize the events better than we can because they know the culture, they know the people, and so this is...
I love that you talk about empowering the local population to be able to take it and run with it, essentially. Isa, when we're talking about Emerald, you've been active in diversification and partnerships globally. So I'd love for you to talk to us about a recent alliance or acquisition that your organization has pursued and what the strategic gaps and opportunities that you want to address with that.
Sure. There are 3 alliances that I'll mention that we've recently extended anywhere between 10 to 50 years in terms of duration. One with the National Kitchen and Bath Association, one with the Marine Corps Association, and the last one with the CEDIA Association in the US. So these are all obviously very distinct associations that have different mandates and different purposes in terms of the communities that they serve. And what we find is, from a strategic perspective and from a strategic alignment perspective, it really comes down to understanding the core objectives of each other, having a very long-term mindset in terms of our mutual success and mutual growth. We want to be in these relationships for the long term. We're not looking for any kind of one-and-done type event or type relationship. So it's very much about that collaboration that I heard about so much on the stage in terms of working together, understanding the priorities, and then having the right teams in place that work together to achieve the objectives and are able to adjust over time to the evolving needs of those industries and being able to deploy new solutions. And I think one thing that we bring and that we're very proud of is we have the desire and the capacity to invest, and that's very important in these types of relationships, is to be ready to invest and drive growth and have that growth mindset around what else could we do, how do we continue to evolve the relationship and serve the members and serve the community. So it's, I don't want to give the impression that these are easy relationships. Joint ventures are hard work, and they require a lot of investment of time and energy and resources, but equally they can be exceptionally productive because you're bringing an engaged audience that has that loyalty and that sense of community with the association. And then you're bringing the commercial mindset that an Emerald or another organizer would bring into that situation.
I love what you just said there at the very beginning, talking about the long-term vision. All of this requires long-term vision over many years to think about how you scale these kind of collaborations, these kind of partnerships that you're going to go into. And so as we start to come to the end of the session, I'd love to ask for the both of you, and I'll start with you, Stefan, in terms of having that deep experience in emerging markets and in a destination like Saudi Arabia, where MICE is scaling at an unprecedented speed, how can joint ventures between global organizations and strong local partners accelerate entry, reduce risk, and create long-term value as well?
Well, the first thing is really important. The long-term perspective is also something that we do. Sometimes it's 5, 10, 15 years that we're looking at. For me, the most important thing is the culture. Invest in the cultural thing. We run our operations here together with DMG. Now, DMG is a British organizer, and I know that Jeff is somewhere in the audience. DMG is a British organizer. We are, they have, of course, a local team here from Saudi Arabia and all the people around it. We come in as the Germans. You can imagine there are a couple of cultures coming together who have to deal with each other, and this is sometimes very easy and sometimes
this is like the start
hard.
of a very, very interesting joke.
Exactly.
The Germans, the Saudis, and the British walk into
a bar.
Yes,
exactly. That's what we did, and when we walked into the bar, we figured out how everyone is actually ticking. So invest in culture means for us, we start observing first.
Yes.
We start to listen. It's very important to listen. We learn how to negotiate in different contexts of the world. It's a very important thing. It works so differently in every part of the world. And then you bring all of these things together, and then you learn from each other over the time, because you will make mistakes. I personally believe very strong in 50-50 joint ventures, because everyone has the same skin in the game.
Yeah.
And we have to make it work, and we will. It takes sometimes a little bit time to get to know each other, but at the end, almost all the joint ventures that we did grew something really big out of it. And we invested a lot in being together, spending time together, learn about each other's cultures, learn how to negotiate with each other. And for example, the most important thing, if you have a position, behind the position there are some motives. Try to understand what are the motives behind this position. If you understand them, the negotiation about the position is very easy.
Exactly. Understand where the other side of coming from, have that empathy, and to know how to negotiate. And I love what you said about the 50-50.
Exactly.
Everybody's taking the same risks when they go into it. What's been the toughest lesson, just very quickly?
Sorry?
The toughest lesson that you...
The toughest lesson?
Yeah.
Well, the toughest lesson is really that when it doesn't work in the beginning, it can be really hurtful. And we invested a lot of money back, but we stayed in there for the long term. So it might hurt at the beginning, and it's really, really difficult. But in the long run, it always paid off. You have to come over a certain threshold, and then it flies.
That's super interesting to not just look at constant growth, but there might be setbacks that long term are going to definitely pay off. I love that so much. Asa, I'd love your perspective on this.
Yeah, from our perspective, when we look at international growth and expansion, values and practices are really important to us. And compliance, the maturity of the business practices, and the alignment of the values of our partner are critical in terms of how we make the decisions about investing and about partnering. As we've talked about, this is a long-term relationship. We're vested in each other's success and each other's growth.
Yes.
So having that alignment on values is incredibly important because it really guides how you manage the relationship, how you adjust to changes, how you adjust to issues as they come up. Clearly, the knowledge of the community, knowledge of the audience, and what a local partner brings is incredibly important and justifies why joint ventures can work. And they don't always work. Sometimes having a proprietary presence, owning your IP, and owning your destiny from a full sort of end-to-end perspective is also a preferred outcome. But I think partnership, joint ventures absolutely can work in the context of aligned motivation and a long-term mindset. And
for you, the toughest lesson?
It's a good question. I thought about that as you'd asked the question. One of my former leaders always said, when you go into these relationships, have a path in terms of how you would exit that relationship and make sure that that's clear and defined when you enter the relationship. So I think that's absolutely a lesson learned, is have a clear path around how you would exit, how you would mutually move on from the relationship in a win-win scenario where there's continuity and hopefully you part as friends.
Absolutely. How you exit is just as important as how you start out together as well. I want to thank you both for these incredible insights that you've just given us here on the plenary stage. And we've just seen how consolidation isn't just about scaling. It really is about alignment. It's about understanding each other. It is about taking the time, investing the time and the resources to really make it work. And if it doesn't work in the beginning, it doesn't mean that long term you are not going to get amazing value out of it. And in destinations like Saudi Arabia, where the MICE sector truly is expanding at a historic pace, the alliances forged today are going to be shaping the next era of global business events. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Issa Douane and Stefan Rummel. Thank you both so much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Fantastic.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to hand back to Ollie Barrett for his next session. Thank you all so much.
Thanks, Sally.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sally, and thank you to all of our guests in those previous conversations. The energy is building, the conversations are beginning as we welcome out our next guests with a very specific question in mind. If you're building a leading region, How do you do that? Guests, please have a seat. I'll introduce you to our brilliant audience here. Just to help us navigate, everybody, we're going to have a conversation now. We've got some very important announcements to take us into our lunch break, and then a very busy afternoon indeed. So let's talk about regional development. Welcome to my very special guests. To my left, Omar Al Abdul Jabbar. We are very proud to welcome, leading the transformation of one of Saudi Arabia's most promising regions. That is the Hayil Region Development Authority. Welcome, Omar. Very good to see you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to hear all about this in due course. Next to you, Engineer Mohammed Al Abdallah. Welcome to you, sir. A totally different region. This is from the Sharqiya Development Authority, particularly driving investment into that region, not just from the kingdom, but internationally as well. So one of Saudi Arabia's most dynamic regions. Welcome to you. But who is helping to fund these incredible gatherings and events? Well, one of the people writing those checks is our final guest, Ali Al-Amri. He is from the EIF, the Events Investment Fund. Let's give him all a welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
Why don't we put you each on the spot, if I may? We'll start with you, Ali. What is one of the most underestimated advantages of Saudi Arabia's emerging regions? How would you capture it?
Okay, thank you, Oli. I think one of the best and most underestimated advantages is the alignment of all national goals and regional development plans. They go in line with the development aspirations of Saudi Arabia. So this reduces the risks attached to participating and developing those emerging destinations. This alignment from the government is definitely a key to the success.
So it's that North Star, that ability to join the dots and see that reflected in these different areas. What advantage would you highlight, Mohammed? How would you get us started?
Thank you for hosting us today, but if we put things in context before answering your question, Sharqiya, which is the eastern province, we call it in Arabic Sharqiya. It's not a destination by itself. It's a combination of multi-destination, which give us kind of uniqueness in the map of the tourism map, including Dammam, Khobar, Dhahran, including Jubail Industrial City, along with the desert oasis. So this is kind of the uniqueness that we are capitalizing on. Going back to your question when we are talking about the advantages we have, which Ali mentioned quite lately, the advantage we have from a tourism point of view, including the MICE business, it's a complementing journey all the way, which we participate in developing the whole journey to ensure the sustainability on it. And that's why EIF is here, and the regional development authorities are there to ensure the sustainability of this.
And I want to be completely clear on what you mean by the journey in that sense, because you're not just talking literally there, are you? You're talking about what somebody experiences.
Yes, which we refer it in the tourism business as a visitor experience.
Yes.
So what we want to make sure is that whoever visiting Sharqiya comes back and back, as His Excellency Fat Hamiduddin mentioned earlier, that we need to make sure that those visitors come back with their families or with companions.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about that. But Omar, an underestimated advantage, because we want people to look at the globe and zoom in on Hayil.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to highlight one of the unique regions that we have in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Hayil region is a unique region by itself. If we look at it from many perspectives, we have the culture, we have the heritage, we have this unique topography from mountains, beautiful mountains, amazing sands, amazing deserts, and amazing plains. And it's all in one place. And if you look at the location of Hayil, it's almost 2.5 hours by car from 5 main regions of the kingdom. So the location of Hayil, the infrastructure that we have a great infrastructure, and we have this unique region, and if we take it from the culture and the heritage, we have 2 UNESCO sites,
Yes.
and we're going to have 2 more coming, inshallah, this year. And also the region, the weather of the region, we have 20% more rainfall from other regions, and the fast growth in numbers of visitors. Last year we had around 2.7 million visitors from worldwide. And also from, if we talk about the events and the exhibitions that we had, last year we had almost 67 events.
Yes.
Okay, and we have also 2 international major events, which are Rally Dakar,
Yes.
and Rally Hail. We had almost 500,000 visitors last year to attend this both events. So from the stage, I would like to invite all of you to visit Hail region and explore the beautiful and unique region.
Well, we consider ourselves warmly invited. Thank
Yeah,
you.
sure.
And I'm going to try and understand a little bit more about the distinction between regions in a minute. But Ali, I feel that we'd like a little more color on the EIF itself. I know relatively early days, but just give us a sense of why you exist and the sorts of things, even at an early stage, you've begun to fund.
Okay, so EIF is a government investment fund. It's one of the national development funds ecosystem. We are mandated to bridge the gap in the events infrastructure ecosystem. And we are also mandated to enable the private sector. And these 2 mandates sets clearly our business lines. So we have a business line development where we actually develop assets that cater to the events ecosystem, be it arenas, exhibition centers, convention center like this place and more. Also some active destinations, shooting ranges, art venues, etc. So we are, or one of the business lines that we actively work in is actually developing those assets. The other business line is investment, where we actually enable the private sector, be it a local company or an international firm. We go into partnerships and we go into JVs, which enables the ecosystem again of events. So we partner with operators, the best operators around the world, and we enable also some local partners as well. We go into partnerships with content providers and operators like Tahala, for example, is another company who actually run multiple conventions and exhibitions. So we develop, we invest, and we go into partnerships.
Yeah, got it. So Omar, Mohammed, if we were explaining to Ali and guests here about how in your regions, and we'll start with you, Omar, you are already starting to shift the needle, especially when it comes to meetings, conventions, exhibitions. Just help us to understand that a little bit, because momentum is already there. But I want to get a sense of that from both of you, because I'm going to come back to a thought you've seeded, Ali, on this importance of collaboration across sectors. But Omar, tell us how you're already starting to do it.
Yeah, we're working closely with the tourism ecosystem as the Ministry of Tourism and STA and EIF. We're going to have we're going to sign an agreement with them to understand the region, Hail region, and explore the opportunities that we have for the public and private sector to invest in our region. And also in our region, we're creating a unique we're targeting different categories of tourism, people that are looking for business tourism, health tourism, and also adventure and culture tourism. So we're going to do this unique creation to let people stay more days in Hail, to spend more money.
Yes.
That will help us grow in different aspects in the region.
And so I'm going to be cheeky. If you were saying to Ali, here's why we need a convention center in Hail and not anywhere else, what stands out?
First of all, the location of Hail.
Yes.
Okay.
Super connected.
The connectivity. Okay. We just signed an agreement with Qatar Airways.
Yes.
We're going to start direct flights from Doha to Hail, starting 5th of January. Also, we're working closely with the air connectivity program to introduce more flights for international visitors. We signed MOUs with one of the biggest tourism companies to attract tourism, especially from China.
Yes.
So that will help them to understand the region and give them the advantages that they can invest in the region.
Because, Mohammed, this combination is what's attractive to investors. That's your role. Give us a sense of how that looks in practice in terms of the momentum you're building.
Yeah, actually, as a development orchestrator in Sharqiya Development Authority, we ensure that the strategic direction or dimension is there. And where we have now 3 strategic pillars which we are counting on and we're pursuing, which is energy hub, logistical and manufacturing fulcrum, along with the coastal tourism destination.
I see, yeah.
And by this, we are ensuring that all of the development or the urban planning is really balanced development to ensure the sustainability all the way, which makes the investor really secure and having quite large weight of assurance when he comes and invests.
So in that sense, you talked about an energy hub, a place for manufacturing, also a tourism destination on the coast, right? But just to be blunt, there must be an extent to which you are competing, at least for attention, with other regions, including Hail. How would you say Sharqiya differentiates itself? And be as blunt as you like.
We don't compete with Hail.
We complete each other.
We complement each other. Actually, what we are doing now, we are competing regionally, and we have an advantage to say we are emerging. We are not a mature market, so we still have the chance to grow and grow.
Yes.
And this is where it gives kind of attraction to the investor to come to Saudi. We are, or the Eastern region or Sharqiya. We are almost 1 hour drive from 3 countries in the GCC, and we are almost like 50 minutes flying from most of the airports surrounding Sharqiya. And this gives us kind of a footfall in addition to the business visitors.
Yeah, understood. So, Ali, in order for your model to work, you have to see very different parties collaborating with each other. So give us a sense of what it will take for that to happen and how that can work in practice.
Okay, regions complete each other and also industries complete each other, and EIF comes to build or to bridge the gaps in those relevant sectors. For the collaboration to work, there are certain models that are proven actually to work perfectly. So one model is a hardware, software, if you will, kind of. So the government invests heavily in huge infrastructure that are not necessarily financially attractive to private sector. The infrastructure will jump in, the government will jump in to build those infrastructure, and the private sector will bring in the content and the expertise as well. So that's a kind of model that is proven to work brilliantly. The second model would be a partnerships. So the partnership between public and private entities, and today we actually activate that model of PPP agreements between the private and public entities in order to deliver those assets and to deliver the services to the beneficiaries. There is, of course, the model of contractual agreements where we have the assets under the government ownership and the private sector can bring in their expertise and help operate and promote those destinations as well. So those collaborations models are basically between the private entities and the government entity, private and public, also amongst the governments together.
So as you're explaining that, and as you've all set out the different characteristics, if you like, I think it will occur to our guests here that what you've got to do is recognize, and you do recognize, that you've got to blend these different things. You know, you can't see these visitors in silos because the business visitor on day 1 and 2 of their visit becomes the tourist on days 3 and 4, becomes an
investor.
Well, indeed. So let's get your top tips from Omar and Mohammed on how you blend these different experiences, culture, business, experience design, in a way that sees us stay not for 2 days and gone, but for 5, 6, 7 days. Omar.
First of all, if we talk about Hail region, we're focusing on our competitive advantages in different fields such as agriculture, mining, industrial. So we said we're going to have this unique target for the different segments of our tourism clients. So we invite them to come to the region, and then they will explore. So we have thousands of stories to tell.
Yes.
We have historical cities. We have one city that's 350,000 years old.
Amazing.
Okay, and nobody knows about it. We have 2 UNESCO sites. We have this agriculture. 30% of the production, agriculture production in the kingdom is from Hail. We have the mining, one of the largest mining reserves in the kingdom, which is around 550 billion riyals. So this competitive advantages, we're focusing on having exhibitions on focusing on tourism, focusing on those sectors.
Makes sense.
On Saturday, we're going to have a huge exhibition on the health sector. We're talking about the health sector. They're going to attend around 2,000 attendees from different part of the world. We're going to have another event in mid of December, agriculture event.
I'm in the interest of time, Omar, I'm just going to pause just briefly there because, Ali, I just want to make sure we've got the checklist here of the must-haves, because we've got the ingredients, it sounds to me, in both of these regions. But as an investor, what do you need to see before you will say yes?
Okay, correctly said, they are ingredients. So we need the right infrastructure to be in place. We need the right operator of those infrastructure and those destinations. We need the right content. We need the right information, like cultural information, heritage information, and so on and so forth. So these are components or ingredients to the must-have.
So this is a helpful checklist. And which, if we're being brutally honest, Mohammed and then Omar, what gets in the way of you being a 10? Because you've got all of the, what in realistic terms, Mohammed and then Omar?
Yeah, the 2 things here, in which we will put it on the top of the list, is the infrastructure, which we are ensuring it's there by ensuring the right mapping of the infrastructure. The second thing, the content, as Ali mentioned, and this is what the DMO does actually, ensuring that the products and the content is at the level and availability offered to those visitors, to ensure that there is no kind of boring style in what we are offering.
And Mohammed, I mean, it sounds like one thing that can get in the way, Omar, is actually recognition.
Yes, so we're a plug-and-play region, honestly. We're ready. Okay, we have the incentives from the government for the regions. We have the agreements with and the support from AIF. It's just that the public sector to come and invest, and the opportunities now, it's not going to be the same as tomorrow.
Yeah. So what would you say, and you must have met people, all of you, who say, I've been to the kingdom 6 times, all 6 times to Riyadh.
Yeah.
Which is a great city.
Yeah, the kingdom has 13 regions.
Right.
This is that we always say. Did you visit Hail? No. So you didn't visit the kingdom, you visited Riyadh.
So we're scratching the surface. Okay, a final message, Ali, to someone considering really putting their pin on the map in one of the kingdom, or any kingdom's, emerging regions.
I would say welcome to the land of opportunities and great hospitality.
Yes, I've never experienced anything but that here. Thank you. Mohammed.
We just started. We have the long way to go. So there is opportunity for you, as I mentioned in the beginning, that we are not mature, which gives us an advantage over the others or the other competitors to be there.
Yeah, and you already have an extraordinary track record behind you. Thank you. Omar, a final word.
I would like to repeat that, invite you all to visit Hail and see the land of opportunities from different aspects.
Well, I, for one, will take you up on that invitation at the drop of a hat. So to Ali, to Mohammed, and to Omar, thank you very much indeed. Brilliant examples. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Omar. Thank you, Ali. Good to see you. So terrific examples there from, forgive me, from around the kingdom. The idea of different partnerships coming together, and that really is something that we want to understand more about here over the next 2 days. And if we think about what happened last year at the summit, you are about to see that our colleagues have been busy, stimulating lots of new conversation and announcements, and that helps us to tee up what is going to happen next. So some of those announcements might be about whole new hubs or offices opening. Some, I'm led to believe, are all about whole new shows, whole new assets, if you like, coming to life for the first time. So we're going to announce them today on this stage, and we've got announcements running through the next few days as well. And I just want to send a brief message on behalf of our colleague Chiara Paglieri, who's the Senior General Manager, known to many of you, I'm sure, for business development and partnerships at the Saudi Conventions and Exhibitions General Authority. And Chiara was noting quite rightly that the announcements between last year and this year are really the result of those business development attraction efforts that Chiara and the team have led over the first familiarization trip. We heard about that earlier on stage this year. So thank you to the team for being the catalyst and the galvanizer. Okay, so to witness these announcements and to mark this moment, let's welcome back to the stage His Excellency Fahd Al Rashid, and also let's welcome the Chief Executive of the Saudi Conventions and Exhibitions General Authority, Hatim Al Kahili. Welcome. Welcome, gentlemen. Okay, well, let us welcome to the stage in order. Our first speaker is the President and CEO of Messe Frankfurt. Let's hear it for Wolfgang Martin. Welcome, sir. Now, Wolfgang, the podium is yours. Tell us a little bit about today's announcement.
Your Excellency and friend, Dr. Ahmed Al-Fayed, we're very happy to be here. I'm representing the oldest trade show company on the face of the planet, Messe Frankfurt. We have 800 years of history. We have the largest, one of the largest venues in the world. We are present in the region, in Dubai, since about 30 years. We do some shows in this wonderful country, Saudi Arabia, since a couple of years. Now we decided we need to have an own office. Yeah. We need to have own personnel. We listen to your vision, which is the biggest vision we have in our mice industry, I guess. And we do what we should do to contribute to the plans you have to become one of the centers of the mice industry. And we are here to remain. We're here to stay for a long time, to bring as many brands into your lovely country forever, to make it what it should be, the center of the mice industry in the region. Thank you very much, and thanks for your support. We're there forever with your support. Shukran.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Let's just capture this moment in center stage. Gentlemen, thank you. Congratulations. Great. Well done. Thank you, Wolfgang. Now let's welcome up to the stage the Senior Vice President at Köln Messe, Dennis Staker. Welcome, Dennis.
Yeah, Your Excellency Al Rashid, dear ladies and gentlemen, Saudi Arabia is really a dynamic market. In 2024, it was the first time that Köln Messe representatives have entered the market and looked into the market, had the first footsteps here. 2025, we had already the opportunity to launch and execute 3 events already, quite successful in Riyadh. And due to the great partnership with Sega, this is to announce that now in 2026 we're going the next step to open our own office here in Saudi Arabia. Good. Thank you very much.
Good. Congratulations, Colonel Messer. Excellent. Well done, Colonel Messer. Our next guest is here to make an announcement as the Managing Director of MCH Group. Please welcome to the stage Uli Stanker.
Assalamu alaikum, Your Excellency, distinguished guests. It's an honor and a privilege to join you today with an exciting announcement. It's the launch of MCH Global Arabia, our new office based right here in Riyadh. I'd like to begin by sharing that this is not a new start for MCH in the kingdom, but rather the next step in a continued and exciting journey. In fact, MCH Global has been active in Saudi Arabia for several years. Our work to date has taken us across the country, giving us a deep understanding of the opportunity and ambition within the kingdom. Today, we are formalizing our commitment with the opening of our Saudi offices. This signals our belief in the scale and ambition of the kingdom and the role it plays in the future of the global MICE industry. Alongside our agency brand, our parent company, MCH Group, also recognizes Saudi Arabia as one of the most dynamic markets in the world. This expansion reflects our confidence in the long-term growth of the kingdom's creative and experiential economy. Our approach has always been grounded in cultural understanding and strategic alignment. On behalf of MCH Global and the wider MCH Group, thank you for the trust and support we have already received. I would like to express our appreciation and gratitude to His Excellency and for his support in this very exciting moment for MCH Arabia. Shukran.
Good.
Good. Congratulations, MCH Group. Thank you. Well done, MCH Global. Our next announcement comes from Comexposium. Please welcome to the stage Special Advisor to the President on Strategic Partnerships, Laurent Noël.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad and honored to announce Comexposium first steps in Saudi Arabia with a strategic partnership between SILMO and the Saudi Society of Optometry, a first step to expand our leading events portfolio. Dr. Walid Al-Ghamdi is here with us. He's the chairman of the Optometry Society and Eye Care, and will be bringing the leading optics and eyewear trade show to the Saudi market, which is the start of an ambitious development strategy in the region. This initiative reflects Comexposium's intent to introduce its flagship brands to one of the most dynamic and fast-growing markets in the Middle East. SILMO, Riyadh, and Optivision will be a professional event for business and education for the region. The first edition will take place in November 2026 and will be co-hosted with the World Congress of Optometry at the RISEC event venue. This annual event will feature a premium B2B exhibition showcasing cutting-edge eyewear collections, optical instrument and technological innovations, along with a robust program of conferences and workshops delivering high-level education content. Comexposium is committed to establishing a long-term presence in Saudi Arabia and will continue its discussion with government stakeholders to secure the best possible conditions for the future development of its events in the kingdom. This approach underscores the group's confidence in a market that offers significant opportunities for its leading brands.
Good. Merci, Laurent. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Comexposium. For our next announcement, please welcome to the stage the Chief Executive of Honega, Armando Honega himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a privilege to address you today at the MICE Summit 2025, among professionals dedicated to advancing the future in the exhibition event industry. My name is Armando Honega, CEO of Honega Group, an independent company operating in the international exhibition sector since 1970. Allow me to begin by sharing a recent milestone, the successful conclusion of the latest edition of Saudi Lifestyle Week, a project developed through the joint effort of Honega and Riyadh Exhibition Company, whom I extend my sincere appreciation. Saudi Lifestyle Week is the first event of its kind in the kingdom, an international B2B platform, blind fashion, sportswear and design, tailored specifically for the needs of the Saudi market, fully aligned with the Vision 2030. We are already preparing the second edition schedule for October 2026. From onward 2026 onward, we will further extend our operation in Saudi Arabia, shaping new projects that explore themes related to lifestyle, creativity, and personal well-being. Through this initiative, our aim is foster to value for exhibitor partners and communities in support of Saudi Arabia economic diversification and the creation of a new cultural experience. Our approach is clear. We strive to serve both as facilitator for international expertise as a reliable partner within the local ecosystem. We look forward to continue this journey together, grounded in openness, relevance, and shared progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Armando. Congratulations to Honega. Our next announcement comes from OVG. Let's welcome to the stage Senior Vice President of Venue Development and Operations, MEAA, Dr. Debbie Christiansen.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, industry, peers and friends, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me absolute pleasure to announce our opening of the Oakview Group Middle East office here in Riyadh, reinforcing our commitment to Saudi Arabia as a destination for event growth, whether it's MICE, sports or entertainment, and also to reaffirm our commitment in terms of development of people. We are very much focused and committed on developing young Saudi talent through mentorship, developing and building skill set, and creating a long-term legacy for the future and a sustainable workforce. So thank you so much. We're very excited to be here. I actually have been in the region for 20 years. So the Middle East is home for me, and now Saudi Arabia and Riyadh. So it gives me great pleasure. Thank you so much. Shukran.
Thank you, Debbie, and congratulations, OVG. Let's welcome to the stage the Global Chief Executive of Rishad Atias and Associates, Ahmad Al Husseini.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As His Excellency mentioned in his opening speech, Riyadh and Saudi Arabia have become the incubator. Today, from the capital of transformation, we reaffirm our commitment in opening our regional offices in Riyadh as well as listing in 2026 بإذن ta'ala in the Saudi Stock Exchange. Thank you. Along with our global expertise and our exceptional local talent, we will continue to deliver impact through platforms as well as convening year after year. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Okay, congratulations to Richard Atias and Associates. So far, honoured guests, we've heard about new office openings, even a listing, some amazing announcements. Now, we'd like to introduce you to our next announcements, many of which will contain whole new pieces of intellectual property heard about here often for the very first time. Let's welcome to the stage the Chief Executive of DMG Events, Jeff Dickinson, and the Chief Executive of Messe München, Stefan Rummel.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are really excited because we bring a heavyweight brand here to Saudi Arabia. And Excellency, we met in Cologne 1 year ago and we talked about it, and I told you we will bring the show here, and we did. We are going to bring Bauma here to Saudi Arabia for the Arabic region. We are really happy about it. It will take place in April 27th at the Riyadh front. And I can tell you the industry obviously is very, very excited about this region. And so we are really happy about it. And we do this with our trustful partner, DMG.
Thank you, Stefan. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for letting us do this announcement today. DMG Events has been here in the wonderful Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for about 15 years. But during those 15 years, doing very many events, there are some very special moments, and I've admired Messe München for a very long time, and Bauma is a truly fabulous building machinery and equipment event, and we're so delighted to bring it here very soon to Riyadh. Thank you very much.
Congratulations all. Congratulations, Stefan. And to Jeff, do come over here, Stefan. I don't want you to go too far because I think we'll get you all in a group shot shortly. Thank you. Our next announcement comes from RX Global. Let's welcome the President for the UK, Europe, India, and the Middle East, Rachel Travers.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to speak to you today in a place that stands for new beginnings and exceptional vision. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has transformed into one of the most dynamic centers for the global events industry, and at RX we're proud to be a part of that transformation. We have a clear mission to create value, to deliver world-leading experiences, and to focus on the strengths that make our brands trusted platforms in their industries. The overwhelming success of FIBO Arabia in recent weeks, with the valuable support of the Ministry of Investment, the Ministry of Sport, and the Ministry of Health, has shown us that we're in the right place at the right time. So with this, I'm delighted to announce that in April we will launch Aluminum Arabia, a key platform to support Saudi Arabia's position as an industrial and innovation hub. And then in September, we will launch Interaviation Arabia, which will support the Kingdom's ambitious goals in the aviation and logistics sector. We will also bring together the global travel and tourism industry with World Travel Markets Spotlight. We'll also celebrate exceptional growth with our second edition of FIBO Arabia. But we're not stopping there in September. In October, I'm very happy to announce that we will launch MIPIM Middle East, bringing our global powerhouse brand to connect international investors with the region's groundbreaking real estate and urban development projects. Each of these represents industries in which RX has proven and global track record. We're not just bringing our trade shows to Saudi Arabia, we hope to create ecosystems for growth that directly contributes to the kingdom's vision. And we're looking forward to the next chapter together. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. A busy year to come for RX Global. Our next announcement comes from Clarion. Please welcome the Chief Executive across EMEA, Christopher Gallen.
Good afternoon. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, honoured attendees, colleagues and friends. It's a privilege to stand before you at the 25 International MICE Summit here in the dynamic, rapidly ascending Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. At Clarion, we believe the events industry is more than a convening force. It is a global engine of ideas, innovation and economic vitality. Few places in the world embody this spirit of ambition and transformation as boldly as the Kingdom does today. We are inspired by the pace of progress, the scale of vision and the openness to new partnerships that define this remarkable moment in Saudi Arabia's journey. That is why choosing Riyadh as the home of our next regional headquarters is not simply an operational decision, it is a long-term commitment to growing alongside the Kingdom. We see Saudi Arabia not only as a strategic hub for the region, but as a rising global centre for innovation, talent and opportunity. And with that in mind, I'm delighted to announce a major milestone in Clarion's expansion into the Kingdom, the launch of one of our flagship consumer electronics brands, Global Sources, right here in Saudi Arabia. Consumer electronics is one of the cornerstones of our global portfolio, accounting for nearly a quarter of our business. Global Sources itself powers Asia's largest electronics trade fair, a platform where next-generation technologies, global buyers and world-leading innovators converge. It is where future-shaping ideas gain momentum, and there is no better place for its next chapter than the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Together we aim to create a platform that not only serves the regional market, but elevates Saudi Arabia's role in the global digital economy, amplifying innovation, fostering partnerships and unlocking new opportunities for the industry. I wish you all a productive, inspiring and forward-thinking summit. Shukran, many. May this gathering spark new collaborations, new possibilities and a prosperous future for us all. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations, Clarion. Thank you, Christopher. To tell us about our next announcement, please welcome to the stage Lin Jacobs.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you for Skega to put on such a beautiful event. My name is Lin. I represent China International Beauty Expo, Jiamei Exhibitions. Founded in 1989 at the first expo of its kind at the Canton Fair. My mother, Madam Maya, was the founder, was a former medical doctor, and I was barely 2 years old to witness the MICE industry's rapid growing in China. So with 68 editions and over 1.8 million visitors a year, as well as 5,600 exhibitors in China, Hong Kong, and Asia, we facilitated over 60 million employments for the beauty and wellness industry in China in the past 37 years. So today, it's my honor as the second generation leader of CIBE to announce, in collaboration with our local partner GL Events Saudi, we are launching the first edition of WBB, World of Beauty Business Expo, in December 2026. It's a 3-day New Age B2B to E Entrepreneur Expo event with professional marketplace and live educational festivities. Curated with regional market and culture insights, WBB is aimed to showcase the world's most exciting business, celebrating personalities and professional rapid learning programs. And today, together with GL Events, we are not just to showcase the world's best beauty and wellness sector, but also to showcase Saudi Arabia to the world as a cradle for global businesses, for female entrepreneurs, and ready for the new generation of exciting live expo events. So I'm looking forward to see all of you in 2026 in our event. Thank you.
Congratulations, World of Beauty is incoming. We're getting a glow up. Good. Our next announcement, let's welcome back to the stage from Colonel Messe, Senior Vice President, Dennis Staker. Welcome back, Dennis.
Yeah, Your Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, additional to our announcement of the opening of the office next year, it's with a great pleasure to also announce a fourth IP that we will bring to Saudi next year in September to cater for the dental and oral health in Saudi Arabia and beyond. The IP of IDEM, International Dental Exhibition and Meeting, has already a great legacy in the Asian area and region, and we are bringing that here to the Middle East market. But not we alone as Kölmesse. This all comes together with our partners, great partners of DMG in the Middle East. Thank you. It's really a privilege, Jeff, to work with you and your team. A big thank you to the entire DMG team here to bring all of these together and to work together with you on this also. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dennis, and it is a great pleasure to work here with Kölmesse. We've been working now in the Kingdom for 2 years in partnership with Kölmesse, doing Orgatech, Hardware and Tool Show, FSB, the Sports Build Show, and now, as Dennis rightly says, our fourth joint venture in Saudi Arabia, which truly shows how much we recognize the growth in the Kingdom and the importance of events in the Kingdom. So we're truly delighted with DMG Events and Kölmesse to bring IDEM, the dentistry event, to Riyadh next year. Thank you very much.
Well, congratulations, Colonel Messe and DMG Events. Jeff, you're going to have a busy year. Good. So our final announcement in this section is made, or to be made, by Terrapin. Please welcome to the stage the Managing Director for the Middle East, David Begley.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At Terrapin, we are proud to already host several industry-leading B2B exhibitions across the transportation, technology, and renewable energy sectors in the Kingdom. Next year, we will add to our portfolio, bringing a mixture of new global IPs to the Kingdom for the first time and launching some new exhibitions unique for the local market. These include Arab Lab Live, a show about laboratory instrumentation and technology, Move, an event dedicated to new mobility solutions, Shop Arabia, dedicated to in-store retail technology, Climatech, focused on green energy management solutions, and Hyperscale Live, a digital infrastructure event focused on the Kingdom's rapid development as a connectivity hub. We would like to thank SKIGA and all of our government partners for their wonderful support and look forward to another busy calendar of events in 2026. Thank you.
Thanks. Why don't we get everybody in for a group photo? Well done, everyone. All together. Thank you. Thanks, Christopher. Well, thank you to Your Excellency for presiding over that. Why don't we have another round of applause for all of those commitments and announcements. First class. Wonderful. Well, news, everybody. News just in. We have an action-packed afternoon in store for you, as you would expect, and it's only day one. In a moment, we break for lunch. However, let us commend to you the innovation cluster, the world-class Georgi Kamov, getting ideas and insights in real time before our very eyes with your contributions. That's the innovation cluster, as we enjoy some food, some drink, some conversation, and some very important MOUs to be announced over lunch as well. We return to this main stage after a much-deserved break. So until then, let us continue to enjoy this global summit. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to day one of our IMS, our International Summit, bringing together a gathering about gatherings, isn't it? Meetings, incentives, conferences, from all around the world. Riyadh, welcome to you. If you're tuning in or if you're catching up, welcome to you as well. The good news, honored guests, is that playtime isn't over, because we're going to be talking about the power of play right on this stage this afternoon. We're going to be thinking hard about the future of products and services, so we'll have our innovators to the fore. And by the way, I hope that some of you were able to check out our innovation cluster over lunch. If you missed it, don't worry. Our colleague Georgie Kamoff will be leading another session tomorrow lunchtime on that. So we've got human capital at the center as well this afternoon. And speaking of capital, yes, we're here in the capital of Riyadh. However, we're also shining a spotlight not just around the regions of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but also further afield as well. So welcome to the second half of our first day together. Speaking of international connections, that's where we're going to start this afternoon, a little closer to my home in the United Kingdom, I believe. It's going to be a fascinating afternoon, so please enjoy. Let's keep the conversations and connections going as we welcome to the stage, for an international perspective, with her very special guests. Let's give it up for Etna Trainer.
So much. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You know, when we look at the mice industry, I think we have to give credit to the Greeks and the Romans. You know, when you think about it, the Romans had all those spectacular venues, the amphitheaters, the Colosseum, the Circus Maximus, Roman Forum, all of that. And they've been doing it for centuries and centuries, but the Greeks probably got into this business maybe before them, you know, and really looking at the world, debating how we were going to, the whole philosophy of the world, in the agora, again, all of that happening. So a lot has changed over the centuries, but I can promise you both the locations are still as important today as they were back then. And here to talk maybe a little bit about the modern day Greeks and Romans. Alessandro Bologna joins me, the CEO of Miko DMC. Delighted to have you from, he joins us from Italy, and from Greece we have Ioannis Gorgizas, the CEO of Develop Athens Agency. So, gentlemen, lovely to see you. And
thank you.
Here we are, the Greeks and the Romans back in action. Two very important centers when it comes to the mice sector. Alessandro, let me talk to you particularly, and I think particularly let's look back on Expo 2015. I mean, this for Italy, I think, is still the one we will all remember. I think so many people were there. I'm sure many of you went to visit there. Talk to me about the transformation impact that the Expo actually had on Milan at the time, and has it lasted?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the invitation. Let me say thank you to the organizer to be as a speaker here to this important event. And well, talking about Expo 2015, we should know before how was Milano, the city before Expo. Because if I'm quite old, unfortunately, and I used to work in the sector since many years. I used to work especially in the hotel sector before Expo. And
we're still working in it, so this is the good thing, we're still here.
We are still working, yeah, good thing, thank you. And before Expo, the city Milan, I mean, was an industrial city and especially a financial district. The occupancy and the RevPAR, the daily RevPAR, the daily occupancy in the hotel was quite good Monday, Thursday. But I don't want to say it was a nightmare, but anyway, it was very poor Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Right.
There were many hotels in summertime, especially in August, that used to be closed. And I used to work in the sales department always, and it was really difficult to find clients coming to Milan in that period. It we used to put a red carpet to clients that would like to come in August. We used to work with many leisure groups, and that's it. After Expo, Milano has changed. Now Milano is a destination for design, for fashions. It's greener than before. And so I don't want to say that everything is fine, but now the daily reper at the hotel is completely changed. Yes, Tuesday and Wednesday are still the best days in the week, but then Saturday is the third, so better than Monday. And also Friday is good. Talking about summertime, in last August, there were some hotels in Milan that had more than 80% of occupancy. That's it was impossible to believe before. So thanks to Expo has been really a great opportunity for us, and I'm sure it will be the same for these guys, you guys, your Saudi friends, that you will have this good opportunity in 2030. It will be a great opportunity for you. I'm sure that you will play the good match. You will have a very good luck after Expo. Because what we have to think, I guess, is that these major events, the legacy of major events, go beyond the closing ceremony. This is important if you are good to plan the event before.
Yes, and I've been lucky to have been to Milan. I was there for the Expo, of course, but I've been back several times with our friends with DMG for many of big conferences that they've held there in Milan. So it's a lovely place to go. Ianos, when we look at what's happening with tourism in Athens and generally, in Greece, and again, we look at the MICE industry as well, is this really, is this a big business at the moment? We know, I think, a lot of great attractions in Greece and the islands in the summer and the tourism and all that. Yeah. But again, you want to be on the map in terms of the conference side. How is that moving?
Yeah, we can consider that in Greece, the tourism is a very important resource. I can say some numbers. In Athens, we had the previous year over than 80 million tourists. Not so much. In Greece, as a whole, we had over the 35 million tourists. But it is not so much, because you can think that in Barcelona, they have more than 30 million tourists only in the town. So we don't have so much tourists, even though someone can suppose that in Greece we have tourists, a lot of tourists, but we don't. We need more. And for that reason, we work on the municipality in Athens and, of course, in the ministry. And we hope that until the 2030, we will have more than 50 million tourists in Greece.
And then what's the city doing to really attract tourists? What are you doing?
Well, the municipality of Athens support the Develop Athens Agency, which is the more serious branch of the municipality. And we support the branding of Athens, This is Athens. The brand we call This is Athens in Athens. And we also support some activities. For example, we have a department included in Develop Athens, the Athens Convention and Visitors Bureau, which is the only department in Greece that support the exhibition, the convention. We have the Athens City Festival, which combine the tourists and the citizens, because after coronavirus, we slightly begin to deal with a new problem. Many of our citizens think that we have a kind of over-tourism.
Over-tourism in Greece?
Yes, yes, we don't believe that. We don't because 8 million tourists in Athens, in a town of 5 million person, is not enough. But we have to deal with that problem. So we have to combine the tourists and the citizens. We have to to make them satisfied.
But on the conference side, I mean, this is something that you really want to increase. And, you know, the MICE sector was worth, you know, only about 2.5 billion for the Greek economy. So
Yes.
this you need to get more
I
because
think this is the tourist sector as a whole offers to the Greek GDP 10% directly.
But in Italy, I hear it's estimated more than 11 billion euro. But in Saudi, we're up in the trillions, so we're not even going to worry about those. We're not going to worry about those billions. We'll come and do some conferences and help you from time to time. Listen, Alessandro, you know, nobody can do this alone. We talked a lot this morning here about the public-private partnership that Saudi is going to, that it is initiating and how different it is. Who are the key stakeholders that we need to get in place, you know, to sort of almost find the winning formula when it comes to building the MICE convention and all of that together?
Well, in Milan, after Expo, we hosted many important events. I'm talking about congresses and also trade shows. Yes. Many important players like Informa, like DMG that you said before. And to attract these important events is not important, it's fundamental, the cooperation between public and private sectors. Public, I mean DMO, like Convention Bureau, but then the venues, so where the venue is hosted, where the fair is hosted, so the venue, the hotels, the restaurants, the airports, the metro stations, so the metro companies. So all these players are involved to attract the major events. And everything starts from the preparation of the bid, because so it depends if you received a request from the organizer, let's say from DMG, if we are talking about one player that you told before, or from a scientific committee, if you talk about congresses, or maybe that the venue will send an offer. But anyway, you have to prepare a bid. A bid is not only a technical document, it's not only documentation, because you have to show to the organizer a vision of the city. So you have to show how reliable you are. And in this case, to prepare the bid, it's important that every single place do his, let's say, homework. So it is important to put on the same table the venue, the DMC, the DMO, obviously, the hotels, the hotel associations, the airports, and this is really, really important. Then the third step, it is the site inspections. I told you before that I used to work for many years in the hotel. I don't know if there are here some people that working in the hotel sector. They perfectly know how important is a site inspection for clients, how it is important to prepare the site inspection before the clients arrive. For major events, it's the same. The point is more complicated because you have to put on the same table DMO, DMC, venue, airports, hotels especially. And so it's like an orchestra, no? Yes. Where every single detail is important. Then who probably is the venue or the DMO are those who keep the relationship with the organizer. But it is important that every single detail goes well.
Ioannis, when we look at the roles of the DMO and the DMC, are these roles almost merging, or are we seeing a transition between these roles, the organizers and the delivery from the DMC?
I think their role is very important. The DMC, which is the company that
you have to work together.
That work together. The collaboration, I think, offered by offices like conversion bureaus that we have in Athens. And I think in Italy there is the National Convention Bureau. This is what they needed, what it is needed, the collaboration tool in order to make all of them to work together.
Now, talk to me about, coming to Italy to do a conference or an exhibition or hopefully a conference and an exhibition. That's ideally what we want. But that made in Italy experience, we talked here this morning about the customer experience, the delegate experience, how important this is becoming now. Because, you know, people have choice. They can go wherever, and it's getting very, very competitive. So talk to me in terms of, I suppose, the cultural immersion, all of that, when it comes to going to Italy for a conference and exhibition.
When we talk about made in Italy, in our idea is like a philosophy, no? It's a tailor-made MICE experience that we want to offer to our clients. So the point is that we would like to offer to our clients not only a business trip, but a cultural experience. So if they come to Italy or they come to Milan especially, it's not important that we go only to the Duomo Square or we do a city tour, no, because everyone can do this. The role of the DMC in this case, talking about Made in Italy, it is important to find some special thing that only a DMC can offer to that clients. If you're talking about major events, because we are talking about this today, in the same events, there are many different clients because they are the organizer who are interested to organize 5 or 6 big events, and they will ask to the DMO to have a list of the 6, 7, 8 venues that can host up to, let's say, 1,000 participants. In this case, the DMO give the list to the organizer. This is the 10 venue. Play with them. But in the same event, there will be for sure some smaller clients that will ask, maybe first to the DMO, but later to the DMC, to find something special for those 10 clients. So, made in Italy. Yeah. Maybe we have to organize something with a special chef, or to organize a Vespa tour in the Como Lake, or to bring people to see the Last Supper, but not only when it is open to the public, right, but let's say at night, when you open only for those clients. Every single detail is important.
And really
I've just realized that today I made a huge mistake, because you told me before that we are to talk about Made in Italy. I made a mistake because I have a French tie.
Now if I'd known that, I mightn't have let you on the panel.
Every single detail is important.
Every detail is important. Please, please. Okay, we'll forgive you on that one. Ioannis, again, just that importance of when people come to Greece to really feel something special there. Talk to me a little bit about that. And how can Saudi learn from, all of you, the countries that have been in this business for a longer time? They seem to have learned very quickly, and they seem to be moving in the right direction. But, how can they, what do you think they can learn, just as we close up here, from a country like Greece, from a country like Italy?
Look, the first that I have to say is that in Greece, the difference is made by the people, because the behavior of the people. The Greek people are famous for for their guests. Yes, okay, but I think this is something that you cannot copy. Okay, but it's a good example. The behavior of the people. This is that makes the difference. The other thing is that in Greece, gradually we started to combine tourist satisfaction with citizens' happiness. Because if we have a citizen happy, the tourist will be satisfied. Okay, this is make the difference. Of course, I can say that we are not so organized. Okay, we are close to the Middle East. I think we are similar to those countries, yeah. And this is make also the difference, because many people around the world feel comfortable in Greece. This is a good example of good practice.
Yeah, no, I think you're so right. It really is. It makes a big difference when people go to a country that when they feel welcomed, when they feel comfortable there. Yeah. And again, I think when we have all of the stakeholders working towards that. Ultimately, that's what's going to bring people back. We have to head off, I'm afraid. Our time is at an end, but I want to thank you both, gentlemen. Alessandro and Dionis, thank you for taking the time and for sharing that with us. And hopefully we'll have more conferences and we can come and visit you in Milano and come to Athens.
Congratulate you for the whole, as well as we have the obligation to represent the mayor, Haris Zoukas, which is a new mayor, and he knows everything about the Saudi Arabian country. It's a new country in the tourist sector, I think. Yes, it's very helpful.
Yes, and I think one we're going to be hearing a lot more about. So we'll see maybe more Saudi and Italians and Saudi and Greece hookups, and we look forward to that. Gentlemen, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
I will come in a moment. Thank you both so much. And again, as I say, everything is in order when we have the Romans and the Greeks running the show, the people who actually probably brought us the idea of forums and conventions and big gatherings whereby, we look to this day and we see it continued. But, it is a very, very competitive market, and without a doubt, all of the people in this, all of the stakeholders being very competitive, and every country being very competitive as well. Our next session is going to be actually looking at revenue growth, and I want to hand this over now to my dear colleague who will join us. He is the Regional Director for UFI. Naji Al-Haddad is with us, so I'm going to welcome Naji and his panel in just a moment.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Ahmed, Jeff, Ahmed, you're here. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here again for the second year at IMS 2025. I'll join my esteemed panelists. I would like to introduce them in the beginning. We have with us Ahmed Al-Husseini, Group CEO of Richard Attires and Associates, Jeff Dickinson, CEO of DMG Events, and Andrew Piercy, CEO of the World Defense Show in Riyadh. So we're going to talk about revenues, yes, because our industry, the business events industry, is moving fast, isn't it? Costs are rising, expectations are shifting, and the need to innovate has never been higher. But this also presents huge opportunities for those who know where to look. Today, with the esteemed panelists, we're gonna dive straight into how some of the leading organizers are creating high-margin products, tapping new revenue streams, and building events that are not only successful, but also resilient and impactful. So I'll start with you, Jeff. DMG operates across like 28 countries, obviously different economic, social, cultural, political landscapes. So my question is, where you see the strongest commercial upside right now, and how are you reshaping DMG's portfolio to prioritize high-margin sectors in light of rising inflation, volatile economies, currency depreciations across the regions you operate in?
Thank you, Naji, and good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having us here today. So with DMG Events, I think we're going to be a crowd pleaser for the audience because we're seeing the fastest growth in our businesses being in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we're grateful for that and appreciate being here today. To the point about margin, and funny enough, much to my chairman's horror, I said some years ago that actually I wanted us as a business to stop being margin focused because everyone's probably seeing in this audience that there is an ever increasing demand for much higher quality content, much deeper content, much more emotionally connected content, much multi-layered content. So for example, if you're doing an energy event, make sure that you're covering everything from renewables to accepting that carbon does still exist, and is very important if you're going to deliver energy safely, so therefore cover decarbonisation, carbon capture. So you need to run a lot more content because you need to make sure that if your event is compelling, some people would describe as sticky, then you must have content for every part of your industry if you want to be an industry-leading event. So the proposition I put forward some time ago was, let's kill the margin. Let's focus on the content. Let's kind of do a bit like they said in the movies, in that movie, Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. And let's do more of that, right? If they build it, they will come. What it means quite often is that early days, you may make less money. But if you then develop the content to such a level that people love it, then eventually you monetize it. But what you may find is that if you had an event that could say, for argument's sake, turn over $20 million and make $10 million, you may now have an event that turns over $40 million and makes $15 million. So you make massively reduced margin, but because you're monetizing more layers of content, at the end you'll get more money. And I won the argument, and I have a very nice chairman with my chairman, because I said to him at the end of it, if I give you a choice, choose a better margin or more money, what do you choose? And like all people in life, he said, I choose more money.
So is it based on that strategy that DMG Events achieved a growth of 70%, according to Stack's report, being also among the top 10 revenue-generating companies?
Yes, I think, over the last couple of years, we've pushed on with hundreds of millions of new revenue in events. And, that's been a mixture, I guess, really, is giving an honest answer to an honest question, right? Which is that some of it's been around content. By bringing a lot more content to the shows, the revenues in all the shows have grown, with the margins going down, but the revenues have grown. And we've also been enduringly adventurous, right? We have gone into many territories ahead of a lot of other people. We started in Saudi Arabia 15 years ago, and I'm really glad we did. And that's been a benefit to us, right? We've tried to observe early economies that we believe will become significant economies in the future, and then you wait patiently, you build up the relationships, and then you see if it goes, and if you're lucky, it goes. And for us, we bet on a number of economies, Saudi being one of them, and Saudi was a very, very good bet for us, for which we're very grateful and happy to be here today. But it's been a mixture, as I say, of content focus and focus on looking at economies that we think are going to go and waiting for them to pop. And the last part of it has been partnerships. We've also done a lot of partnerships, particularly post-COVID, because we found that sometimes we might be looking at going into a country and a competitor might be looking at going into a country. We can fight each other and we can kind of try and guess who will win 1 to 2 years from today, or we could collaborate, produce a truly big event, not fight each other, not confuse the market, not make it difficult in that country, prevent one compelling large-scale proposition, and ultimately probably have a much bigger pie and make more money. So again, partnerships has been, as we've done with, we announced today more partnerships with Cole Messer, Messer Munchen, 2 wonderful partners. Those partnerships have also helped our growth.
Indeed, amazing. Andrew, talking about strategies for growth as well, the World Defense Show has grown incredibly fast. You're gearing up for the 3rd edition next February. So what were the biggest commercial drivers behind this growth that was achieved in such a short period of time?
Well, first of all, hello everyone. Nice to be here. The World Defense Show, it's grown massively since inception back in 2022. I mean, a lot of that comes from the demand of the industry. So the event was set up with a very clear focus and mission, which appealed not only to the local industry, which was about localization of the defense industry, but also to the internationals and the opportunities that it provided. So it had a very clear proposition that's attracted the market. So that was in our benefit. And on top of that, we've been looking to grow and how we grow it, not just on floor space, which is the obvious area for exhibitions such as ours, but how can we be smarter around features, looking at what are the up and coming trends, whether that's unmanned aircraft, and our show particularly suits unmanned systems, because we're out in the desert, we can demonstrate it. And so we can create areas of focus that really attract sponsorship. So we've been quite smart with how we create sponsorships, link it to floor space, premium areas of the show. And so almost taking a slightly different approach, dare I say, to sponsorship than sort of exhibitions in the past, is to take a more brand-led approach to it and try and build value around the sponsorships, but then work with the partner to give them value for it. Because if you're going to ask people for more money, you've got to give them the value to that sponsorship. So moving forward, it's about understanding how we can drive that value for our partners. And then look at ways that we can spin off events, from the show. Perhaps we can have a conference that leads on and we can link sponsorships into that. So there's plenty of areas of growth around that for us. And then other things like digitization. As a show that happens every 2 years, we have a challenge to keep talking to our consumers and to our exhibitors.
We're going to talk about this.
Jumping the gun.
No. It's great that you mentioned it, Andrew. But traditionally, I mean, organizers used to, especially if it is one of, like there is only one defense show and there will always be one defense show in the country, so they tend to maybe increase prices. Part of the strategy to get more revenues, simply increase square meter prices. But what you are doing from spin-offs to features to digitalization is really something, very well noticed. Right. Thank you, Andrew. Ahmed, moving on to you. Richard Attais and Associate, you have a different maybe business model. Basically, you help your clients, who are mostly governments, to conceptualize, curate, and execute events. So tell us how do you help your clients also to sustain financial, sustainable growth, especially when the event is not one-off, is a recurring event. So how do you do this?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. Maybe we'll take this on two folds. So from an institutional matter, for us to make money, and at the end of the day, we are a business, we are P&L driven. So what we did in the past years, we tried to own our value chain. And what we did by that is we tried to reduce the amount of fixed assets we import. And thankfully, we have our own factory now in Riyadh, which represents more than 70% of our business globally in Saudi Arabia. In addition to that, we ensured that our value chain is across multiple regions, especially in key sectors. And when it comes to the client, what our offering is twofolds again. We want to ensure that the amplifier effect is there. What we mean by that, we bring in the right people into the room to strike the right deals. The lead time nowadays isn't what it used to be. Let's take the Saudi-US Business Forum, which occurred a couple of weeks ago. I believe the lead time was 15 days to get all those people. 15 days to get all those people inside the same room under the guidance of the central government in Saudi Arabia and the Ministry of Investment. We were able to achieve that. And that's our value proposition at the end of the day, is our long-lasting trust with our partners of getting in these global leaders to come in at a short period of time because they know impact will be struck in that room. FII, for example, 9 editions delivered by Richard Attais and Associates, $250 billion worth of deals over the 9 editions. FMF last year, I believe day one alone was around $7 or $8 billion. That's the amplifier effect we could bring to the room, and that's how we want to generate revenue for our clients. When it comes to sustainability, which is the more important or underlying driver within the sector itself, we want to ensure repetition is there. That's where the digitization aspect, as Andrew said, comes into play. You could come into a city for a day or two and leave, but we want to keep the drum beating. That's why we want to build, closed-net communities such as the FII community within the app, within the partnership program we have, and ensure that that closed-net community can convene on specific sectors in which when you come to the event itself, it's a year-long dialogue that reaches a climax within that day or over the 3 days of FII.
Yeah, and this was well received also by your audience, which is obviously high level, sometimes political audience, to be engaged throughout the, not political I would say, but government audience, to be connected throughout the year. Was it well received, or it was only or mainly well received by the business audience that you deal with?
I think by both sides, and I'll be very transparent. It was more or less a direction from our clients. So our clients know what they want. We're not gonna sit here and take full credit for it, but We've seen it time and over again in Saudi Arabia. The dialogue wants to continue. Impact is not done on a day on stage. It's the dialogue done before and after and throughout the year itself. That's something we take very seriously. At the end of the day, you don't want to deliver an event to a client, paying X amount of money for people to amplify through social media outlets for a day or two and leave. We want to deliver real impact. We want to change lives. We want to deliver real deals. And that's where the cliche of no more MOUs, either strike a deal or we can't have it on stage. That's where it was built.
This is where the $250 billion deals came from. And then someone doubts about the economic impact of in-person events. Thank you, Ahmed. I want to go back to you, Jeff. I visited ADIPEC a few days ago. I've been visiting it for a few years, obviously. So, and I went to the AI innovation zone. It was amazing, immersive, really like nothing I've seen before. So tell us specifically about this feature. Obviously, it's high cost one, but very engaging, very immersive experience. How did this work for you commercially?
I think it comes back, to the first question you asked, which was a good question, right, is that I think organizers have got to come off this focus on margin, right? A lot of events businesses say at the absolute net level, they have to make 30% on a very big event. They should make 50%. I think that isn't a thing. You don't budget and then work out the event from there. You do the opposite. You say, what does the event need? And then it is, as I say, a bit of a field of dreams. If you build it, they will come. And so with ADIPEC, about a decade ago in Abu Dhabi, we had a vision that we would create the world's largest energy event. And because we believe the world's largest energy event should be in the Arabian Gulf, the largest producer of energy, right? Seems kind of logical, right? But the rest of the world didn't get it, and a lot of people in other continents and other countries laughed. But we figured, no, it belongs in Arabia. But we didn't do it just as a bold ambition with no game plan. We did it with building content. We said we'll understand the industry at every level. So we will have conferences on every part of it that's important to the industry. We'll cover carbon capture, we'll cover decarbonization, we'll cover technical sessions, we'll do ministerial sessions with 40 or 50 ministers from around the world so they can talk about energy policy. We'll do a CEO level where CEOs from every energy company in the world can meet. And we put these features in. We also said, what are issues, right? They can't recruit a lot of very smart women from STEM courses into energy because it wasn't fashionable. So we did a women's program. They said we can't get a lot of youth into energy because it's not fashionable again. So we did a youth program. So we looked at every piece of content and every issue and opportunity within the issue, within the industry, and we tried to make content that would make it, which it is today, with, as you will have seen, 239,000 people, 16,000 conference delegates, 3,000 exhibitors, nearly 50 government ministers. It is by far, and the laughing has stopped now, it is by far the world's largest energy event, and that's been down to content. And the AI zone is an absolute illustration of that. So we figured that everyone is talking about AI and energy from two ways round, right? One way round is that AI will enable energy, because you have to work with smart grids and everything else, so you need AI. The other way around is you will not advance AI without a massive amount of energy, right? So AI and energy are intrinsically linked. But when you first try and put it together into an exhibition, it's quite remarkable that people don't really get it, right? So sometimes what you have to do is run ahead of yourself. So again, this was another one of our content over profit. We spent $5.5 million on that zone, and we returned revenues of $3 million. So we made a nice, chunky, net, sizable loss on that part of the show. I mean, the overall revenue of the show is which I can't just divulge, is significant. It's tens and tens and tens of millions. But in that one section, we were prepared to take a $2.5 million loss because we know it is vital to the future of energy, absolutely vital to the future of energy. And if that show is to be absolutely sticky, compelling, and have the content people want, it's up to us to deliver it. It may mean we started off without it being profitable, but ultimately we have to have the belief and confidence that if it's what the industry wants, they will start to pay for it, we will monetize it, and we will go on to do well.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you for being transparent about numbers. But indeed, that was the talk of the town during ADIPEC. Andrew, coming back to you, obviously on the same topic, World Defense Show is also known for advanced tech and immersive experiences. So which technologies not only enhanced engagement, but also created new revenue opportunities? You started talking about this earlier, so if you can please tell us.
Yeah, no, sure. So, I mean, the World Defence Show has an air display as well. So we have a full-on air show at the World Defence Show, which gives us a very unique experience that doesn't need digital, it needs aircraft. But and because of the venue, we have unmanned systems, and that is new technology, and it's very relevant today. So that's some of the other experiences that you put there. We too, AI is a big part of the defence industry. I think it's a topic on all things. So we have Future Defence Lab within the Defence Show, and again, spending money investing into that experience. And I think what's interesting about ensuring experiences at shows are good is it means people are coming to the show. They can't experience that through live streaming, which then allows you to do live streaming of things like conferences without diluting what's on offer at the show. So by building experiences, you say, building a good brand to come to the show, you can then add revenue by streaming stuff as well without diluting the visitor experience.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. For the sake of time, I have one last question, but that is common to you three. Ahmed, I'll start with you. If you had to bet on one growth frontier that the industry is still underestimating, or the next big thing, what would that be in your opinion?
Are we talking globally or in Saudi, to be specific?
Let's talk globally, then see if it is relevant to Saudi Arabia.
I think coalitions and consortiums within existing companies. I think it's going to be less specialization and more agnostic. The client knows what they want. I think we have more sophisticated clients, and having a one-stop shop, either through mergers and acquisitions or through maneuvering and getting the right people, is what the client needs at the end of the day. I think instead of dealing with 5-6 people or 5-6 companies, the client wants to deal with a one-stop shop, and I think that's going to lead or result into big conglomerates merging together, or even small and medium enterprises leading up to becoming a conglomerate.
Interesting. And now I'm curious if it is about Saudi Arabia, what would be the next big thing in your opinion, unless it's the same? Scale, and scale. We have a very busy calendar over the next 10 years. The Asian Cup in 27, Winter Games in 29, Expo 2030, World Cup 2034, different verticals. Not even mentioning the existing recurring events, such as the World Defense Show, such as the Future Aviation Forum. I think scale is the name of the game. We're proud of the local talents we're seeing today, of course, which are emerging, and I think it's just as simple as scale. Scale. Amazing. Thank you, Ahmed. Andrew, the next big revenue driver.
Well, I'm a firm believer. I've been talking around in terms of digitization of content. I think content is key to all of the shows now. So I think how you create the content at the show and then take that content out of the show and keep the conversations going and create revenue streams around that, whether that's news channels or thought leadership or whatever that might be. I think that's the area it's going to grow. I think you'll also see more. I mean, I think I'm quite interested in terms of the commercial and government partnerships, because I think with big national strategic events such as the World Defence Show or FI, these things can't happen without support from government. So I think that's quite an interesting area that we'll see growth in. But yeah, that's from me.
Great. And Jeff, the next big revenue driver, in your opinion?
I think it comes back to, so I can be brief for once, which will probably make everyone happy because we're running on time, but it's just really what I was saying earlier, it's content, right? If people focus on content, keep building it, worry less about margin, then content will give you a really compelling show, and it will build more revenue. Your margin will go down, but your revenue will go up and your profit will go up. So if you focus on really good content, and I think it's actually, this is a good forum to talk about it, because when you're creating good content, you want, like any artist, you want a good canvas to paint on. And there is no better canvas to paint on currently than Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia is building and doing so many extraordinary imaginative projects, almost things of science fiction. That gives you super content, and that's why we're growing, as many people here today, we're growing our business significantly in Saudi Arabia.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for a great discussion. A round of applause to our speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Ahmed, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Good to see you. Thank you. Focus on super content. No pressure, everybody. Welcome back. It's the main stage. It's music to our ears. And our feast of content continues here at the IMS. We've been looking forward to this next session in particular because it's talking about talent. So let's take a range of ingredients. Let's add in a university. Let's add an academy. Let's add in a global membership organization. Let's mix them together and see what we come up with. That's what's coming now. Our host for this section, I will tell you imminently, but just ask yourself this question. If you could collaborate with somebody at this summit, who would it be and why? What are the conversations that you're most inviting? Well, to talent. Our host for this section is none other than the Assistant Professor for Event and Tourism Management at King Saud University, also an event consultant. Please welcome Dr. Emad Monshi and his panel.
السلام عليكم جميعا. مساء الخير. مساء الرياض الجميل. أجواءنا اليوم جميلة في مدينة الرياض وإن شاء الله نضيف عليها قليلا من الحرارة. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone here in Riyadh. We are so happy to have you, people coming from abroad, coming from other cities from around the kingdom. I strongly believe that this session is one of the most important sessions as we're talking about human capital. I come from an academic background. I know that my students are ambitious. They have the set of skills to work hard during their time, during their journey in education. But we want to dig deep with my friends and colleagues from around the industry. We want to understand how does the human capital play as a catalyst for innovation? How can the human resources innovate to grow the Saudi mice industry? I'll start with Dr. Ihab Abu Rukba. He comes from the private sector background, and I know from my personal relationship with him that he started several business events during his experience. That's over 30 years, I believe, of experience. So tell us about the innovation in terms of how is it important to grow the whole industry?
Well, assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Imad. Well, if you, I do want to say, like, if you remember how it was, the event, like, not 30 years ago, but anyway, at that time, where we used to use the projectors, now is using the technology, is totally different. And the technology is almost taking over everything, except, you know, with the change of, we're still suffering some of the things like last minute changes in the events. And this is something that the technology cannot handle. Also, whatever you know about the technology, how you plan the technology, you come before the event and you pray God that this technology will work once people, you know, walk in the event. Technology is most important right now, but still the talent are the users of the technology, and how you train the talents is the most important right now.
Totally agree that technology is an enabler, but still the human resources element is very important.
Having a technology and a venue is nice, but without the talents, who's going to use it?
Totally agree. Coming from an international background, an international organization, Anju, more again about the innovation, how does it play a role in the industry in Europe, in the US, in Asia, advanced destination? How do they use the innovation to grow?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me here in this panel. Well, I think globally there is a challenge with talent right now, and innovation is not going to come without human resources. The innovation that is happening, or the researchers, or the technologies that we are having in the events industry, it's all about now delegates having experience. It's not about a projector or a screen anymore. It's about how immersive is the experience in a plenary room that the delegates feel, and the technology has to be run by human resources. ICA is very much committed to developing this aspect, and that's why we have launched ICA Uni program, where the universities can participate into our membership program and directly connect to the industry. And it's the university that will have the students to come and experience the events platform, along with them being part of the entire ecosystem of how the events are taking place, or what really is required, and how the technology is taking the events experience into the next level. So it's not about anymore just technology. I think technology is born 20 years ago, but if you don't have the human, as Dr. Hihab said, you cannot improve the technology. I have used the first events system back in 2002. It was the first system to have a huge event like 18,000, 20,000, 30,000 people to manage, because you can't manage them manually. But it still did not make an impact because the people were not trained. So it is a parallel move that you need to train the people. And without people, you cannot have the best technologies take over the event experiences.
Very important. The use of technology, the human capital role to understand and to use the technology. I remember from last year, I had also the privilege to moderate the session on human resources, and His Excellency from the Ministry of Human Resources, Dr. Ahmed Zahrani, he said, when he closing the session, he said that companies will not hire Saudis based on their academic qualification. They need the right skills to be hired. Now again, we want to understand how does innovation play a role in helping students or graduates to get into the market with the Ministry of Human Resources understanding of the whole skill set.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad, first of all, and thank you for bringing, Dr. Ahmed's quote from last year. So I'll just give you a brief about what's the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development are leading in the human capital transformation, and what kind of initiatives. So we are building a national skills standards and systems on ground, from the skills identification toward the skills verification and recognition. So having this system will really shift us from qualification-based system to more of skill set system. So we are looking to have more of demand-driven rather than supply-driven.
Okay.
So in fact, labor market strategy anchored these initiatives, which is the blueprint of how we make the workforce more competitive, more innovative, more agile, to support the Vision 2030. So under the labor market strategy, we have 4 pillars. One of all is the labor market competitiveness, labor market efficiency. As well, we have the work quality. And the 4th one is skills and value. Under this pillar, the skills and value, we have many initiatives. I will focus briefly and about this pillar. We have the National Occupation and Skills Initiative, where we have many initiatives, many flagship programs. I'll start with the Skills Councils. It's sectorial base. The journey starts 2022. 2024, we have 14 councils. In 2025, we reached 15 councils. With the last, we have the Sport Council now. The main objective of these councils is how to bridge the gap between supply and demand, how we make sure that the labor market needs is translated in our programs, the human capital development. So this is one of the initiatives that we are leading in the Ministry of Human Resources. As well, we have the skills taxonomy. It's a platform where we have the occupation with the skills needed for each occupation, the core skills and technical skills. Lastly, we have the NUS, which is the National Occupation Standards. These occupation standards, we have each occupation with the ISAC code, what kind of tasks we need, as well what's the requirement from academia, to the granular details and skills and how we assess them. This will be a guiding model for the supply, the employer, the employees themselves. And it will guide the learning outcome, inshallah. And with all of this, we will make sure that we will have innovative human capital, inshallah, in our labor market.
Hopefully we can get to this being demand-driven, not supply-driven. We all agree that skills is very important for the industry, for individuals, but from an educational background, how can you equip the student with sort of skills?
Okay, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's an honor to be here with you all. About the universities, I believe that we are the first gate that actually developing human capital. So if you look at the universities today, it's not like that before 20 years ago or 15 years ago. Now we are actually filling the whole ecosystem. So if you look at the role of university, it was only on teaching. The role is only teaching, and that's it. But today, we moved, really. So we actually teach students, train them, and then we find jobs for them. And actually, one of the things that we are now focusing is collaboration with private and public entities. And about the innovation, today there is a major actually course that all the students from all colleges that need to take is innovation management. And what they are actually learning from innovation management is what is the concept of innovation, how would you think in an innovative way. So by that, we actually trying to generate a new actually generation that are ready for real world job.
Even if we understand the importance of these skills and innovative skills in particular, it's still very challenging, Dr. Rihab, to deal with the huge demand. I remember from the opening ceremony, His Excellency Fahd al-Rashid, he mentioned the numbers. It used to be 4,000 company, and now it is 17,000, 300% growth in the market. So how can an institution like the Saudi Entertainment Academy and other universities around the kingdom deal with this demand?
Well, when we started, Dr. Imad, when we came to the academy, we found like the academy has programs that are not related to the market. And every time we go and talk to the market, they said, your programs is not the things that we're looking for. So we start to update our programs by asking the market what the need they are looking for. You know, you need to listen to them. So we start listening to the market. We start developing our programs. We start adding the AI and virtual realities and things to our program. And also, we became part of the sectorial council. We took the outcomes of the sectorial council and we start mapping them into our programs. Then we went back to the market and we say, look, these are our programs. How can you help us updating the program? How can you help us building the new programs? And where you become part, because our programs start, it's a vocational program, but it starts with employment. So in order to start with employment, you need to listen to the market. So we always go, start and end with the market.
In the academy, they listen to the market. And I know that the Ministry of Human Resources, they have the companies work together. You have a collaboration system. You told me, I think, of the stage 200 companies within the initiatives of the skills.
So thank you, Dr. Ahmad and Dr. Rihab. So this concept, the Sectorial Skills Council, it's not a new. It's been in Singapore and India and UK. So we developed this, as I mentioned earlier. It's part how we will be the vehicle of private sector. This is the vehicle for private sector. Earlier, it was the supply going in one road and the private sector going in the other road. Now, with this dynamics, this model, we make sure that the private sector needs is translated through the councils. We have the government, the public sector, leading some of these sectorial. So we make sure that this gap that's been existent before, now it's bridged. Bridged how? We created the national occupation standards, hearing and identifying the skill from the private sector. During this year, we had almost 20 partnership with the private sector and academies to fulfill this need, to make sure that the skill set that the labor market need is fulfilled and translated through the academies and the programs. So I think this initiative really will help the labor market elevate it and make it sure it's innovative and agile.
Very nice system collaborating with the local market. Coming from King Saud University and Al Qura University, we've been told that we have to get international collaboration. We have to get a professional certificate to strengthen our program and to get even accredited. So if we want to change the rhythm of this session and turn Anju to be a salespeople, what can you tell us about the program? Why should the universities become partner with ECA to get these kind of program that ECA is offering?
So there was no program existing as far as 3 years ago for business events or for association meetings. Association meetings is a very specialized event. It's not about tourism. It's beyond tourism. It's not just about delivering an event. It's delivering a life or livability for a city. It is building economic impact. It is building legacies. It is bringing together knowledge, international knowledge into your own city and exchange of knowledge. This is not about having footfall or incentive trips. So this is a specialized talent skill that is required, which never existed. So 3 years ago, during the COVID, we all sat down together and we created this program because it had to be from the industry to the newcomers in the industry. Our industry is shrinking as far as the professionals are concerned because the industry is very knowledge-driven and it's a very passion-driven industry. You cannot just do a degree and continue to work in this industry unless you have passionate and as well understand the core importance of this industry. So we created ECA Skills, which is the only product available for doing not just your career, but it's to develop your city, your destination. So it's very close to a person who is working in this industry. It's done for the industry, by the industry authors. More than 150 authors from the industry have written this syllabus. And it's a dynamic syllabus which keeps adding best practices and the case studies from globally. So it gives an exposure to a student or to a professional person who wants to progress in this industry. He knows what's happening globally and how to do a bid. Bid is a document where not everybody knows how to win. It's not about just talking about a destination. It's beyond talking about a destination. So not many people can do a bid document for an association. It's a specialized skill. It is also how to sell your destination. It's not about the sand and the sun and the the entertainment that your city can offer. It's more than that. And that's a skill that they learn through our program. It's the only one which is globally certified, so which means that you can eventually get a job anywhere in the world with this kind of license. It's a 5-year-old license, and then you also get to expose to international destinations with externship. We give them into international world entry to see how the other part of the world is working. It's also giving them the sense of belonging. and they will definitely, the industry has to grow. We are very keen on developing this in our region. Middle East is a very young region. We have lack of capacity building. ICA has launched now ICA Uni Forum, which brings together the students to make them understand what really this industry is all about. We had an event in Oman in October where we had over 650 students participate in that forum, and they were so amazed by this industry, the trends that we portrayed, the kind of GDP that we contribute, the kind of responsibility and sensibility that they got out of this. There were many students who want to just take up this as their future career.
I have this ethical responsibility to help my student graduates to secure a job.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that ICA skills would give them this advantage and would help them enter the market. I just want to emphasize on that. It happened before, maybe with Oman, with other, because you've mentioned that it's globally recognized, this program.
Yes.
So does it really help?
So my take on this is that our objective is to build capacity in a city for the city.
Okay.
In our part of the region, our regional, national people, national Saudis, they will not go out really to look for a job, right? So we have come together with these convention bureaus, with the SMEs, with the DMCs, in order to put ICA skills as one of the criteria in the qualifications. Dubai is already doing that. So any job offer that goes out from Dubai Business Events, which is for business events, they have over there that if you are qualified by ICA skills, you are a preferred candidate. It's not a mandate, but it's something that we are approaching. We also are working closely with authorities where we can have the Ministry of Education acknowledge or accredit our programs. Once the accreditation happens, then the local national students or young professionals will feel empowered to get this training and maybe go and get some experience from outside the region or within the region. But this certification will give them that leverage, will give them that one step ahead, that that ICA skills is part of it. So everybody understands this language. It's not just a PMP program or engineering graduation degree. Just to mention that in ICA Forum, Uni Forum, when I had it in Oman, we were running a hackathon, and the team that won the hackathon, they were all engineers.
Okay.
They were not part of this industry at all. They did not know anything about this industry. They were engineers, but they won the competition. The competition was to bid for an event to bring to Oman. But it touched their heart of what they were doing. They said, we are going to leave engineering and join this industry.
Excellent.
So,
I think you need to bring your program to be reviewed by our SSC, so you'll have an extra accreditation.
She mentioned a program offered by ICA, and I know that Al Qura University, with the support from SCEGA, they offered recently the CEM through Al Qura University, which is a professional certificate by IAEE. Does it really help students and graduates to give them this mindset and set of skills to enter the market?
Okay, let me just explain something. As I said in the beginning, universities today is not just only for teaching. Today we are actually making collaboration with private and public entities, and one of those that we are proud of is our relationship with SCEGA. From day one, they actually were keen to conduct different training initiatives, and the first one was with Miss Angel. We conducted a training session which was in class with ICA, UFI, and IAEE. All of these institutions are very well known international institutions, and the satisfaction rate with the trainees was very high. Then we targeted actually a certain level of people, from supervisory level up to expert, director, and to directors. Then we moved to another training program with SCEGA also, and here we targeted people who are just new joiners to the event industry, and it was actually focused on those. Then we also did a micro program, A micro program, I don't know if you heard about micro program, it's self-based program, and we did it with Sega also, and we actually focused here on those who graduated from high school. So they have, let's say, zero or few knowledge about mice industry. And the last one, which is, I think we have graduates here with us in the room, which was with IAEE, CEM, Certified Exhibition Management, and one of those is here. A lot of people are here. And actually, we are proud of that program. We targeted different levels. One of those are academics and experts from the field, freelancers. And if we look at the satisfaction, okay, yes, we have some comments, but we are gonna try to fix it and solve it for the next, inshallah, initiatives. But if we look at the satisfaction rate, it was 96%. And I'm talking about 966 people actually who did the survey. Actually, also Sega contacted me to contact people who graduated. And I would like to say thank you all for coming. We are proud of you. And again, thank you for Sega for actually conducting this wonderful and phenomenal program. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Last year, His Excellency, in his opening speech, Fahd al-Rashid, he asked everyone in the IMS last year to push SCAGA hard, to push government hard to break the limits in terms of regulation, in terms of investment, everything. So from an academic institution like SIA, what exactly are you looking for from the government, from the international organization? What exactly can you ask to increase the offering from an academic background?
Well, Dr. Imad, you know, the government usually they support with the framework, they support with the incentives, they support with also the credential. So these are the things that regularly we usually ask the government for. But also, sometimes we need some regulations to push more for Saudization. And that's the thing that we're looking for. But anyway, we're moving with the government alongside, because the events in Saudi Arabia is growing very fast. And we used to copy from others, but right now we're leading the others. And the things that has put something or more pressure on the academy, where we brought our international partners, like we signed with the ICA today, because we're going to deliver lots of courses, programs together. We have signed with the UFI, we have signed with the IAEE, IAPA, and so many international partners, over 14 international partners. We're going to deliver so many programs that is related to the market, but also we're taking what's the needed of the market, because we're running survey. We send to our partners, say, look, this is what we're looking for, how we can accommodate the new things in Saudi Arabia to the new programs that we're going to deliver together in Saudi. Today we have a MICE. We started last year a MICE program, which is they're going to graduate in the next couple of days. Most of them, they are sitting here in the second row. MashaAllah, tabarakallah. Those are graduates of the MICE program, for MICE program. And really, we're proud because the companies that they hire them, they come back saying, thank you very much, because they really found the benefit of having those talented within the companies.
Excellent efforts with great outcomes here. I noticed that SCAGA is doing a lot of work coming from a government public sector and doing great work with international organization and with the local organization. But in terms of Ministry of Human Resources and SCAGA, where do you see government-to-government collaboration? How can we increase that, or what exactly is happening?
Okay, of course, I think there is a lot of collaboration and synergy is on the way, and we are here as human capital or human resources. We try to pave the way for success. سمو سيدي محمد بن سلمان يعني MBS he sees that the human capital is the main asset of the kingdom. So coordination and collaboration and synergy between governments and private sector is a need. for specifically having the human capital development in the right direction. Now we have one of the sponsored programs called Skills Accelerator. This Skill Accelerator is started 2025. It will end in 2027. The main focus on that Skill Accelerator, how to elevate the skills of the current employees. We are targeting 4 sectors now. It will grow for all sectors. So I think the collaboration between government to government, so this is a collaboration between a government to government. It's a must. Collaboration between government and private sector, having the policymaker and the supply need and the demand need, having the whole ecosystem, the stakeholder, is a must to close the loop, and we have 360 passion plan there.
Thank you. We have two minutes to close this session, but before we go, this week we have a break for schools and universities, and asked my students from around the kingdom to follow the live stream from this summit. So in less than 10 seconds, just give us one advice for students and graduates working or wants to work in the industry. We will start from you, Anju.
I think the only thing I will say is you should have a career which has a purpose. And this is a very purpose-driven industry.
Thank you. Mr. Iman?
There is a lot of system maybe the students they are not aware of, but for this graduate there is a system called Irshad for consulting the students and which career to grow in and which major.
Excellent. Dr. Rihab, your advice?
Well, the future in the events. Number 2 is the come to the academy. We are the place.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Abdullah?
I always tell my students training in this industry specifically. So we have 2 training co-op, one of them 200 hours and the other one is 600 hours. I always advise my students, please find a good place to train. So training.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. Let's have a big hand for a brilliant panel, chaired excellently by Dr. Emad Moshi. Very good to see you. Thank you, and welcome to soon-to-be graduates as well. I graduated years ago from the University at Walt Disney World, so I quite literally have a Mickey Mouse degree. There you have it, everybody. That is true. So to today's students and tomorrow's students, well, Power to Play is one of our themes, and we're going to keep the momentum going as we think about all things new and all things innovative in this next conversation. It's one that we've been looking forward to because in the chair for this session is somebody who cooks up new innovation formats in his sleep. He is someone we're so proud to work with here at IMS. He is the driving force behind the innovation clusters here at our summit. So I know it's going to be an interesting conversation, and I'd love to hear what you've made of it afterwards as well. So, with 2 brilliant guests, please welcome the inimitable Georgi Kamov.
Thank you, everyone. We continue this afternoon with another session with 2 very prominent speakers. I have here with me Mr. Antonio Bruzzone, who's the CEO of Bologna Fiere Group.
Thank you.
One of Europe's leading exhibition organizers. He's also Vice Chair of UFI's European chapter. Glad to have you here with me and with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we also have Dr. Zohair Al-Sarraj, who's the chairman of SECOND. He's driving the transformation of Saudi Arabia's exhibition sector. So very excited to have you here. I just jumped off straight from the innovation cluster I led today, and we had many participants there, not only discussing, but also contributing with ideas and co-creation of the venues and the exhibitions. So now we move on, I think, with a natural bridge to how do we innovate in exhibitions. So I would like to start with the following, with this natural bridge. What is one exhibition innovation that you saw, maybe in the last year or a couple of years, that actually surprised you? You saw it and you thought, oh, that's amazing, that's different, that's something I would like to see more. One thing that caught your eye.
But, in my personal experience, I was very surprised in the last events in Vegas at chess. And there is a lot of things that is possible to move in our venue. Only one thing, we make 3 jobs. We manage the venue, we organize the show, not only in our venues but all around the world, and then we are a stand builder. The innovation for us is necessary, is constantly need to find the innovation for the different activity. And someone is possible to cross the innovation in these 3 activities.
Yeah, because it's not only the front stage that matters, right? It's sometimes it's the backstage and the whole experience and the whole different layers of making such a thing happen. Dr. Zahir, you?
Yeah, I think it was in Dubai in last Arab Health I attended there. I went to some exhibition both for one of the German pavilion, and really I enjoyed how they put an interaction part of their way of presenting and promoting their product. So there is a lot of interactive, they are depending on interactive with the equipment. You know, medical equipment is much, you can with it understand or you imagine how this equipment will work through you inside. Then it take you to another world to see how that part of the equipment or a needle will go inside and take a picture, and you see something that's similar to your real body. So it gives the message, it gives how much this equipment is important, how much it is reliable. So it's a way of presenting, it's a new way of presenting. Of course, innovation is not an option anymore, it's a must.
Yeah.
So we are a part of different industries development.
And as you mentioned, we might associate it with flashy tech things, but actually even in industries in which the product or the service itself is not that spectacular to show, this technology might enable us to peek behind the scenes and to make sense of them in a better way. Because, I mean, Bologna Fair has been around for almost a century.
Yeah.
And it's a whole history of legacy of bringing people together to trade and do business and to show what they do. And it's quite interesting to see how even in industries that we think are not that prone to innovation, the way of showing things and the way of merging this digital with physical creates new opportunities.
Yeah, you're perfectly true. In the next year, we reach 100 years of activity, and but I think in the next 10 years will change a lot than before in 100 years.
Sure.
Because the fast of the transformation is so impressive that someone, when I was at the end of the day, I think that I am too boomer to understand the future. And we open now a new office, very young, because it's not easy for my generation to understand what is possible to do, because it's necessary to imagine something that we don't know. And this, I think, is the next challenge that we have. And someone in the next, I think, in the next 10 years, the legacy will be very difficult to link with the future.
We actually talked about this backstage as well. This new generations coming with the expectations. They grew up in a world that was different from the world of generations before. So how do we manage that?
Okay, it's a very important question. Really, let us just ask ourselves the question: who are our customers, our visitors in the future for exhibitions and conferences? This is the new generation. The new generation, they don't have time to come like what we do now and observe and walk through, like make a tour in the exhibition. They are a touch generation. They want to do things quickly. And also they use to interact with things, not only to see. So we should be, as BCOs, BOs, be ready to change their technologies and the way they design the content of the exhibition, the way they're going to present the content to the exhibitors. So our future visitor experience should be changed. It should be based on what is the generation look to see, what they are look forward. So this is very important to understand what are the technologies in the market, and we should change our way of presenting our products in the exhibition or our lectures in the class and in conventions, to let the people more interact, so they will be attracted to attend. They will be attracted to be involved in that product. So this means that we need also, as BCOs, as organizers or BOs, we should train our staff to understand the new technology, so to be prepared to gradually move to match the transforming, match what is required of new technologies. For example, if you imagine if, like in last week's Cityscape, if you have the VR and AR and you go and deal with the product, if it is a house, and you imagine, and also you go inside rooms and there are something moving, and there is sometimes they put a smell and they put some music, you feel all the senses work. So you go to another world. Then what is at the end? You will love, as a visitor, you will love that product. Then it's a part of attraction to buy. So this is a way of promoting the material or of promoting the products you are offering. So in the future, we should be ready to change our exhibitions, not to keep it all virtual, not all digital, not all depending 100% only on the technology. No, still it needs some of interaction with the people, with the face-to-face discussion.
This is what I wanted to pick up on, actually, and also ask Antonio. Is there space for human-to-human interaction in this, and how should we approach it? Do we see it as moderated by technology, so that we use technology to connect with each other, or there's still value in how we meet together, how we discuss, and how we interact? What's your view?
In my personal opinion, the face-to-face remain the main things. The human relation is absolutely the center of our business, and then is the center of the business too. I'd like to say that you are perfectly right. I agree with you, and I think that in the future, the venue, the organizer, and the stand builder need to work together, because to give this kind of perception, this kind of atmosphere, is necessary to work together, because the technology is not only in one side, is all in the all part of our business. In the other hand, and our question, yes, for me the face-to-face is absolutely necessary. Technology gives us the opportunity to follow the relation. It's like the social media. The young people want to have a face-to-face appointment, but they are constantly in touch with the other system. But the face-to-face is necessary.
And you also mentioned a different aspect, because this human-to-human interaction might happen with the organizers, the exhibitors, and the clients, but it's also about partnerships. So internally, behind the scenes, we also need maybe new collaboration models to actually make this happen, and to have this human-centered view, but augmented by technology.
Yes, this is what should happen. You remember during the COVID-19 time, there was some exhibitions totally online, and then we came hybrid, and then we came back to our industry. Many of big organizers in different countries, they said there was the conferences, but when there was no much deals. When we come back to face and human to human, we start having deal, because technology will not do the deal. Technology will attract you more to the product, will give you the merits of the product, rather than making the deal or discussion. There are some questions that all this technology will not answer. So it's a combination.
And I guess it's a puzzle. So
yes.
Every piece has its place.
Yes, exactly.
And when you complete the picture, good things happen. One interesting aspect maybe we should discuss as well is the vast amounts of data we collect. How do we use it? How do we make sense of it? Does it help us make better decisions? Can we predict, for example, if an exhibitor that is here with us this year will come next year? Or can the exhibitor predict what will be the visitor flow, for example? So please share with me and with the audience, how do you see this vast amounts of data we collect, and how can we make better sense of it, not just because it exists, but actually to help the business run better, and also maybe to have the clients have more personalized experiences?
Well, data is another incredible challenge for the future. Now we are a collector of data, and we use, but not usually not so clever, in the clever way. We collect, we use it to say, come again, please, this is a new information, there is another appointment, but we don't go inside the data. We stay in the surface. Probably we need to work more in this direction, and this is, I think, that is the next big transformation of our business, because the data is absolutely interesting, but it's necessary to find the way to use. Today is only to say, yes, it's a good idea, but in the reality, I think that we don't do a lot. It's possible to do more. And then also data, our capability to have a data probably give us the opportunity to make something other activity, little disruptive, not only our business, but business near our business. I think that also in this field, in the next 10 years, we will change a lot.
Dr. Zihar, how does it look like from your point of view?
I think most of the new technology is a data-driven technology. So the data has a very big value. So what we did, as he said, Antonio, that we gather the data, but we don't have the tools to analyze it. We don't go deep in the data to find best use of the data in order to use it and direct it to the requirements of the exhibitors, what they need from that data. People much times just only collecting data without having the methodology, how to store it, how to do. Now digital twins, now people talk about digital twinning in different aspects. It depends on data. So all the new technologies we're going to use in the future will depend on data. And this will reshape this industry totally. So we have to mix between, as we said, human to human and the technology, which depends on real data, on analyzed data that will not mislead you and will attract more to attend, will attract more people to interact.
And this links us to AI, for example, which is, of course, the hot topic not only of the day, of the year, of the years to come. What is your opinion on the role in this context, on how AI will help us make sense of that data and maybe have the bigger picture, but also the specifics? So looking at it from above with this huge amounts of data collected, but also going down to specific improvements that we might otherwise miss. Do you see a role, and what is it of AI in this respect?
But I think that for us, the arrive of AI is absolutely necessary. to use this incredible amount of data. When I start, I'm old. When I start this work, usually people arrive in the venue, and there is someone take a piece of a paper with the name, the address. At the end of the show, there is an incredible box inside the name, and then it's okay. Next year we make again. Now we have the possibility with the AI to go inside, go in the deep, and to utilize.
Yes, sure. I think AI now, with the available data you gather, they can smartly go and deep and find things that you cannot imagine that the system will find it. Then he will come back with the recommendation or with the results that will help you much in re-plan or rethink in your strategy in the exhibition or in the.
And then probably help humans make sense of it too, because again we're coming back to this kind of interplay between the human factor and the digital factor and the whole experiences we create. And I'm glad that you also mentioned not only what we see from, again, an exhibitor or visitor point of view, but all the machinery that needs to work together at the backstage, which is also disrupted by all the processes that we see. We are at the end of our session. I wanted to kind of point to something forward-looking. The moment we have right now, and with the IMS, when Saudi Arabia is preparing for the Expo 2030 and many, many other big events, including the vision as an overarching element of all of this, and also the global exhibition industry figuring out what comes next. So my question to you to conclude the session would be, in 2030, what would be one thing about exhibitions that must change for the industry to stay relevant, to stay competitive, in sync with the times? And what is one thing that must never change and should be kept and should stay the same? Dr. Zahir, maybe.
Yeah, I think depending on people, depending on human, this should stay. And I think we should be ready, especially with the universities, academies, ready to this challenge. We have Dr. Ahmad from King Saud University, Dr. Ihab is chairman of the Saudi Entertainment and Events Academy. They have to rebuild their curriculums and their programs to adapt the new technologies. Digital, you have to be more and to keep the role of the man. It's very important. You cannot have it 100% humanless. No, you need the human. So in 2030, like in our Riyadh Expo, we are waiting. I think it will be a very good chance from now to there, 5 years, to prepare people to create a very high-level experience of Expo in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, if we want to move fast, we need to open our sector. We need to have help to university, to other sector that stay with us and make some hybrid also in the knowledge. Yes. I think that this is the big challenge also this, but and then I want to say thank you to invite me, because when I arrive in Riyadh, for me it's a really inspiring moment, because every month change, every month have a new atmosphere, new idea for the future. And thank you very much to invite me.
Thank you, Dr. Zahir Antonio. I'm glad that we are on stage and we had a brilliant conversation on really key topics and challenges for exhibitions. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching and listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and a big thank you to Georgi for another excellent session. Thank you. Let's hear it for all three very special guests. Thank you, everybody. Did Georgi plug the innovation cluster? Because if he didn't, I commend it to you. Tomorrow lunchtime, very interactive, more like Georgi conducting an orchestra of ideas. So definitely one to lean into. Right. Honored guests, are you ready to start thinking and talking about sport and entertainment? You are good. That is just the response that we were hoping for. We've got doubled trouble because we've got two very interesting conversations coming on just that theme. My brilliant co-MC, international presenter Sally Musa is going to be leading us through both of them, and we are especially honored to have as our first guest none other than the chair of the Saudi Esports Federation himself. So this is a session not to miss. It's going to be followed by another conversation also about sports and entertainment, but specifically about new venues, about football, and about innovation right at the core. Please welcome to the stage with Sally Musa, His Royal Highness, Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud.
Your Royal Highness.
Thank you.
Please. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everybody. We have truly saved the best for last because our final session will be exploring one of the most powerful forces transforming global tourism and business events today. The rise of sports and entertainment as engines of MICE innovation. And there is no better place in the world to have this conversation than a nation that is preparing for global spectacles, from world-class esports championships to the 2034 FIFA World Cup. And so this session, as Ollie mentioned, is in two parts. And right now, it is my honor to welcome a leader who has redefined what esports can mean for a nation's economy, youth, and global positioning. Your Royal Highness, Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud, the chairman of the Saudi Esports Federation. Once again, ladies and gentlemen.
Salam.
Your Royal Highness, it is a privilege to have you. And we want to start off by looking at the Saudi Esports Federation. It's hosted major events already that have positioned the kingdom as a global esports hub. And as you look to the next phase, what are you excited about? What are the key tournaments and initiatives that you have planned? And how are they advancing Vision 2030's goals for dynamic, future-ready Saudi Arabia?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be on the stage with you. It's a pleasure and an honor. And thank you for having me and being here with us today. There is so much happening when it comes to this industry and what we're building that I would be remiss if I didn't take us back a step before I take you forward to what the future is. We started as a federation in 2017, but this love affair with gaming in the Middle East and in Saudi in particular is much older than that. You would be hard-pressed to find anyone, man, woman, or child in this country that didn't grow up with a game of FIFA and a game of cards in the house whenever they got together as a family. And what we've been able to do over time is turn a national hobby into a national identity, which is what it is now. And that started in 2017 when we announced the Saudi Esports Federation, started work in 2018, and really just getting information, trying to put together what is the community we have, what groundwork do we have to build on, what publishers want to do with us, what games are being played other than FIFA. Everyone knew FIFA was being played, now EAFC, so I don't get in trouble. But what else could we do? What else were we good at? There was so much information to be found. And I'll never forget, we did our first tournament in March of 2018. It was called the General Sports Authority Esports Tournament. And we did FIFA, Super Smash, Street Fighter, and League of Legends. We were given 2 weeks to put on this tournament, which I know a lot of people here, especially the Richard Atias group, will understand that 2 weeks deadline. In that 2 weeks, as a new federation, nobody knew who we were. We put together a website, we announced, we found vendors. We had 45,000 people sign up to participate. We selected 1,500. We had no qualifying process. We selected 1,500 to participate. The first official sports tournament done under ministry guidance, what was the sports authority then, not a ministry, but that had men and women competing against each other. Not just as working the event, ushers, referees, but actual competitors. And we had 5,000 people show up to watch the event, even though we didn't sell tickets because we had no system to sell tickets at the time. And that really showed us there is something there. We have a community. We started building from there. We had our first regional tournament, was the FIFA E qualifier in 2018, which was led to Msaad al-Dosri. I think he came second that year. He won the one before, the year before. And no, he actually won it that year. The next year he came second. We have been building year on year. COVID came. We were in the process of putting together a big international tournament, which became Gamers 8, now the Esports World Cup. COVID came and we had to figure out, what do we do? So our first major international tournament was called Gamers Without Borders, which is one of the things I am most proud of that we've done in our history. We were able to put together the best players, the best publishers, the best teams, the best games to play for a cause. We put up $10 million in prize pool, with the caveat that every team that won chose one of our partner charities that prize pool got donated to directly. And so for 4 years in a row, we donated $10 million a year, $40 million to UNICEF, UNHCR, Direct Relief, International Medical Corps, Gavi the Vaccine Alliance, and King Salman Humanitarian and Aid Center. In the beginning, focused on COVID and COVID relief and vaccine distribution, and then focused on what they do. And really showcased to the world that these young men and women that are playing are not just gamers, they're not just athletes, but they are people who want to do more with their life. They want to be a part of something bigger. And that led us to do Gamers 8, which, when you talk about conferences, led us to our first international conference called the Next World Forum, which in the first year brought in 500 top CEOs and members of the industry. We did it a second year, we upped that to 1,000. When we converted to the Esports World Cup, we now do the new Global Sports Conference that for the last 2 years has brought 1,500 men and women, the cream of the crop from the gaming and esports and sports industries, to come together to figure out, how do these things come together? How do sports and esports come closer together? But now, to answer your question, finally, I do apologize. What am I excited about? There's two things. We have launched the Esports World Cup to great success. Last year we had 2,000 athletes, 750 million individual viewers of our content online, 350 million hours watched of our content online. This year we're launching the Esports Nations Cup, trying to take that success, not to club teams, but to national teams. And that is, for me, very exciting because you're changing that whole landscape. That's not something that's really been done at that scale before. And working with ministries, sports ministries, Olympic committees, and groups all over the world to send the best players as a nation to represent your country is something that is very exciting. And the second thing that I'm very excited about, when you talk about the future of this industry, globally, this is a male-dominated industry. We, in Saudi, are at the forefront of women's participation in esports. 20% of our professional players in Saudi are women. The global average is 5%. And that number is growing. We have a number graduating from our academy and from our universities that are going to be coming in. And for me, the excitement there is, if you want to grow as esports, your growth opportunity is with our young women, because our young men are already playing. And if you can give them the opportunity and a safe place to get the experience they need, I guarantee you they will be some of the best players we have. In Saudi, they already are, in eFootball, in Valorant, and there's a debate in EAFC. I'll talk with Msaad about that later. But the talent is there, the abilities are there. We are now giving them the opportunity to get the experience to put them on the same level as our young men all over the world.
Absolutely fantastic.
And that to me is the future, and those are the two things that I get the most excited about.
It is amazing to see the growth of the sport in such a short period of time. We're talking 7 years. All of this has been done and so much more to come. It's opened up whole new economies. But esports today is a major driver of tourism as well, destination branding and large-scale events, particularly here in the kingdom. So how is esports then shaping Saudi Arabia's MICE ecosystem? And how are you collaborating with the venues, with the DMOs, the convention bureaus to build that globally competitive platform?
Well, if you look at what we did with the Esports World Cup last year, for example, I mean, much of our audience is online. So as I said, 750 million individual viewers of our content online. But we had 3.6 million people show up in person to attend the esports and the activities around it, the festival. Now, this is bearing in mind, our event is in July and August, when it's the hottest time of the year, when most people leave Riyadh. We were able to bring 3 million people here. That's hotels, that's events, shops, restaurants, that are all working for those 2 months, that in the recent future were all closed because there was no one here, because it was too hot to do anything. We have the new Global Sports Conference, which is our big event at the end of that. But you also see other events coming up alongside what we're doing with the festival. We had an event celebrating the, I think it was the 25th anniversary of our relationship with China, led by the Chinese embassy, bringing in guests from around the world. We had events related to publishers. We did things with Final Fantasy. We did a big event with them, where the publishers are now, during our event, because you have so many people here that are dedicated, they want to do events alongside us here in Saudi. And then, you know, in the lead in and lead out, you have many events going on. And two things as an image that I want to leave you with. One is the opening panel of the new Global Sports Conference. At the end of an esports event was me as chairman of the Esports Federation with the Minister of Sport, the Minister of Communications, the Minister of Tourism, and the Minister of Investment. Where else in the world would you have 4 ministers sitting with an Esports Federation president talking about gaming and what games they play at an esports event? This is a unique opportunity here to put a showcase on this industry and really take it from a hobby and something that was seen as a waste of time to a new industry that is a part of a leading global industry, a global hub for this industry. And the second image I would leave you with is Msaad al-Dosari as leading Team Falcons on stage taking the World Cup trophy from Tawil al-Umr, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed. I mean, if that doesn't tell you the importance of what esports is in bringing people here, tourism, digital transformation, digital skill set. We have a school esports league with 1 million players playing at the school level. We have 16 universities participating in our university league. We're going to expand that to 24 next year. We have over 10,000 players that take part in our professional league, over 2,000 professional players that are signed with teams on a regular contract. 40,000 participate in our open league regularly. I mean, this is a growing industry, and the heart of it now, we're showing the world, is right here.
Your Royal Highness, before we do let you go, I just want you to quickly tell me what it is that you're doing to ensure the sustainability and the growth of the esports industry.
Well, we look at it 2 ways. For esports, it's about education. So we're instituting programs with the Ministry of Education at the school level and at the university level to teach people how to become a part of this industry and how to become a part of this, not just esports, but gaming as well. And how to really create that hub, give them the tools to create the hub that we're trying to create. We really have to give them the tools and the opportunity and get out of their way and let them build what we need them to build. So education is key. And we have launched a number of those initiatives, whether it's the Saudi Sports Academy, we've got programs with DigiPen at King Saud University, Art for Gaming at Princess Noura University, Jamiat al-Malik Faisal, we have a gaming course, King Fahd Petroleum University, we have an engineering course for gaming. So we've got a number of those programs, but we want to launch something nationwide. And 2 is working with the publishers and the teams to create avenues for the industry to grow. Because for us, esports is a gateway to an industry. Esports isn't our end goal. We want to build the games and esports industry. This is an industry globally that is over 300 billion in revenues. It's bigger than film, TV, and music combined. And we feel like there's a large part of that that we can do from here because 67% of our population consider themselves to be gamers. So we have a good talent base. The majority of those want a career path and an educational path in this as an industry. And two, when you talk about media and games development, we are one of two regions, Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa, that have stories yet to be told. Stories from Japan, China, India, Europe, America, South America, they've been telling those stories for many, many years. Us and Sub-Saharan Africa are two of the only regions that I see that have stories that the world has not heard. And in fact, many of us are starting to forget. And we have an opportunity to start to tell those stories through the most engaging medium from our point of view, not theirs. And that is an opportunity that we cannot miss.
Your Royal Highness, we are so excited for you, for this nation, to take the Saudi story to the world. There is so much we are still yet to discover. We are so excited for everything that you've brought to the fore so far, and we're excited to watch this journey still unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking His Royal Highness, Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for taking a few minutes of our time.
It truly is amazing to see what has been accomplished in such a short period of time in esports, in gaming. But now we are going to be welcoming a remarkable group of leaders who are shaping sports, entertainment, culture, and destination storytelling across Saudi Arabia and the world. And so I'm going to be introducing them now. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage as they come up. Jan Alessi, co-founder and managing director of the World Football Summit. Ahmad Bitar, the general manager of Onyx Arena, and Jumana Shaheen, the CEO of Taken Media. Please welcome our speakers to the stage. Welcome, everyone. It's so fantastic to have you. Now we are expanding the conversation. We've just been talking about esports, but now to entertainment, to sports, all round. There is so much here to explore. Jan, if I can come to you, when we're looking at sports and entertainment, creating new kinds of travelers, visitors who combine major events with meetings and cultural experiences and business opportunities, from where you sit, how are sports and entertainment reshaping business tourism and destination branding?
Well, I'm co-founder and managing director of a platform and event organizer called World Football Summit. We did our first edition in Madrid back in 2016, and since then we've organized 31 events across 4 continents. And in terms of, for example, Saudi Arabia, we decided to come to Saudi Arabia over 3 years ago, when at the time nobody spoke about Saudi Arabian sports entertainment as they do now. Now it's in everybody's mouth, no? And when we decided to come, it wasn't such an obvious decision. Then suddenly, a few months later, Cristiano Ronaldo signed for Al Nassr, and everybody, especially in the sports and entertainment field, started talking about it, no? And we did our first edition of World Football Summit here in Saudi Arabia, Jeddah. And we were going to do it anyhow, but we made it coincide with a sporting event that took place during our event, which was the Club World Cup. No? And for an event organizer in the business sector, it was a huge it was a huge advantage because we benefited from a big international tournament taking place to organize our B2B event. You know? And that was a huge advantage that allowed us to make it a successful first edition and then build to what we've been doing here in the last years.
Imad is very vigorously nodding along, getting very excited as well as the general manager of Onyx Arena, which is leading one of the kingdom's newest next-gen venues for live entertainment and esports and so much more. So I'd love to hear your perspective on this, Imad, as well, in terms of how sports and entertainment really are reshaping business tourism and destination branding here.
Thank you so much, Sally. It's a pleasure to be here and pleasure to be part of this panel. Just want to give some context to the guests. Onyx Arena, we are part of the Middle East group of companies, and we are the venue division. We are a multi-purpose venue, Tier 1, in King Abdullah Sports City in Jeddah. They call it Al Jawhara, the jewel.
Yeah.
So we are part of this sports city where it's mainly focused on sports. 62,500 stadium, the biggest one so far before FIFA 2034. We have a sports arena, 6,500, and then we have Onyx Arena right next to it with a capacity of up to 12,000 people.
Incredible.
So as Middle Beast, we are, as you know, the largest music and entertainment.
Middle Beast is incredible,
As a
and it's
bi- as a
only
big
getting
beast.
bigger and bigger. It is a beast.
The beast is growing. So the
Love
beast, the beast invested with the National Event Center in Jeddah to create a little bit more of this ecosystem where we bring in sports, entertainment and culture and MICE and sports, to mix all that together in one city where you have a multi-venue type of city. So, you know, we're not used to have many venues in one city, so it's something new to develop. So we've designed it in a way that is very flexible, agile, and a plug-and-play situation where we can flip concepts and ideas. From one night, it's a music show, concert, Middle Beast, 6,000 to 8,000 people. Then the next day, we flip it to a MICE exhibition conference. But then we bring some flair into it, some entertainment, some action, some music. So we bring a little bit of that creativity with it. So we're professional business, but at the same time, we have this entertainment feel around it. And we're happy to be part of Ministry of Sports. So we're part of King Abdullah Sports family. And this is where we're here to collaborate with the likes of the World Summit, Football Summit, the likes of technologies, and bring all of that together to grow together.
Absolutely, and as somebody who used to live in Jeddah, Jeddah غير أولاً.
Jeddah غير.
But
Don't you miss
it's
it.
even more now. Like this is something that was unimaginable back then.
Yes.
And I love that you talk about the flexibility of these venues
Yes.
to transform.
It's
Because
only-
the demand is there. And
Yes.
we were talking about this earlier, that there aren't enough venues for what we need to happen. Jumana, I'd love to bring you in on the conversation from your perspective at Taken Media and how you're seeing these industries really shaping the destinations here in the kingdom.
Absolutely. Well, firstly, thank you all for having me here. It's an absolute pleasure to be able to speak with these lovely people. I think the biggest thing that we're noticing is that right now, everything is being anchored also within narrative design.
Yes.
The story is so important. And that has been the drive for most people to actually come to Saudi or to other places or other events and so on. Something that I'm noticing as well is that when we create one singular IP, we have now all the different areas that we can start to output it from events, from immersive experiences, and so on. So it's really such an incredible time to be sitting here with all of you and witnessing this in the region. I think it's been something that might have not been imaginable for a long time, but it felt like something that is long coming, right? The talent is there, the market is ready, people are hungry for these opportunities to create and to participate in a global shift for everyone.
Yeah, creativity comes across as it's really the through line that this is what we're looking for, both the audiences and those who are participating as well. Jan, if I can come to you, you know, as we talk about the World Football Summit, convening a global ecosystem really, you know, behind the world's biggest sport. And in terms of integrating competitions and conferences to maximize economic impact on the ground, talk to us a bit more about that.
Well, as I was saying before, our first edition in Saudi Arabia helped us to have that global competition taking place in Jeddah. But
when we're looking at the World Cup in 2034,
yeah.
you know, what are you imagining that is going to look like once we get there? Yeah.
Well, I think the 2034 World Cup is probably right now the flagship project of the kingdom.
Of course. Who's excited, by the way, for the World Cup 2034?
Hey.
I'm not hearing the excitement. Excuse me, who's excited for the World Cup 2034? Yes, absolutely, yeah.
But the 2034 World Cup is so much more than a sports competition.
Yes.
And the kingdom is getting ready for that sports competition, and by then, probably the best stadiums in the world will be here in Saudi Arabia. But around those stadiums, they'll have, you know, the best roads, the best airports, the best restaurants, the best hotels. You know? So there's a whole ecosystem and a whole industry which is being created with that excuse, no? Or the 2034 World Cup is the perfect excuse to do so and to get the kingdom ready with its enormous ambition, no? And we as an event organizer, we're benefiting from that. And what we're trying also to achieve is to create a sports and football industry here in Saudi Arabia, which is so important for the growth of an event like ours. Because at World Football Summit, when I say the event that I've created, many people say, so who goes to your event? Football players, agents? And not at all. Yeah. Not at all.
Right.
I mean, some football players come, no, but mainly it's football players that have retired and now work in the industry.
Yes.
But the football, we're a Spanish company based in Spain. In Spain, football represents close to 2% of Spain's GDP. And only 10 years ago, it was much less than half. But football, sports, entertainment creates millions of jobs around the world. No? And when a competition is created, it's not only the footballers who go there, it's not only the fans who go there, but it's the broadcasters, the tech companies, the lawyers, the consultants. It's a whole landscape of a whole ecosystem of people who work now and help this beautiful sports now to grow now. And we at World Football Summit, in 2 weeks, we'll be celebrating our 3rd edition of World Football Summit here in Saudi Arabia. But we're also hoping to actually set up an office here and do a series of activations throughout the year that lead up and strengthen the annual event that will always take place here.
Listen, if the last World Cup is anything to go by, Saudi Arabia has so much excitement, enthusiasm, and talent. Let's not forget that match against Argentina, okay? Let's not forget that. It is happening here, and like you say, it's about building the ecosystem that is going to drive this growth, that is going to drive this sport, and so much more around it in the industry. Imad, if we can come to you once again, from your vantage point at Onyx, next generation venues are really transforming, like Middle East, you know, transforming Saudi Arabia's ability to attract global sports and entertainment events. What are the opportunities that you see that are still yet to come in that regard?
Lovely question. Thank you so much. 100% what Jan just said about creating the foundation first of what's to come, because it's endless. But the beauty of what we're trying to do is we're creating a destination. So it's not just about sports, it's about enhancing sports experience, enhancing fan experience, getting more integrated experiences around our King Abdullah Sports City, where we're working with the likes of different sports federation, with the Saudi Football Federation, to create fan zones. You know, just elevate the whole experience. Onyx Arena is not just a venue in the middle of the sports city just to do entertainment. We are here to entertain your crowds, to bring that experience to the FIFA World Cup level. So we are integrating, we're being proactive, we are creating IPs, a concept where you can do pre-game activities, activations, shows, F&B integration, integrate the fans with the players, integrate the fans with the actual sports itself, and then having it like a viewing area. So while the people that don't have access to the 62,500 stadium, there's about 10 to 15,000 people outside. What do you do? Where do you go? Come in. Let's create an IP where you can watch and view the game and have entertainment at the halftime show like they do in the US, like they do in Europe. Then after the show, what happens? Great. Al Ittihad just won, or Saudi Arabia just won. Not against Argentina, only once, never again. I'm Argentina, but I accept it. But this is where after party, let's come and celebrate. Not just, okay, we're done and leave King Abdullah Sports City and go home. Come to the Onyx Arena and create a collaboration with the Saudi Pro League, with the Saudi Football Federations. Let's create those IPs, those concepts from now. Set the scene.
Yes.
Because there's so much to come. Let's try together. Let's take risks together. Because if we don't, 2 weeks before the FIFA World Cup, oh, we need a fan zone. But brother, we could have worked on this years ago. So it's time to set the foundation, set the collaborations between technologies, summit organizers, activations, football fans, federation, sports federation, and create those unique Saudi IPs.
And it really takes that long-term planning and that long-term vision to really create a fantastic experience that really takes it to a whole new benchmark again, because 100%. It's absolutely possible and it will happen. And Jumana, coming back to you, you of course work at the intersection between digital production and immersive worlds as well. So technology is all around us now and it's part of the experience. So how can technologies like virtual production, like CGI, AI, all of that, how is it reshaping our design of future events, and how is it shaping the experience of the fans?
Absolutely.
And of the organizers as well?
Yeah. You know, technology is such an incredible tool. And I think if we look at history for a little bit and how the dot-com era came through and boomed, then after that, or before that even, was the dial-up, the dot-com era, the social media, and now we're at AI. And I think the main objective of each one of those technologies was to connect us and bring us closer together. Yet sometimes we see that, for some people, it's actually spread them apart. Yeah. But the reality is, the intention of the technology was to connect us, and this is exactly what we're trying to stay rooted in. So in our work, we stay in the intersection of culture, storytelling, and then use tech to help us execute.
How do you make sure that it's not a distraction and that it's not just there for technology's sake, but actually is adding value?
Yeah, I think, esports has created the perfect blueprint because we see the interaction. We then enhance it based on the users and based on their feedback to then engage them and tailor it around them. And I think that's even what we're seeing now with events. It's becoming more of a platform versus just an event, right? They're starting to make it more personalized. They're starting to actually pay attention to the feedback that they're getting because they want their users and customers to feel engaged. And with, storytelling in specific, that is what guides and allows people to feel that resonance and feel that emotion and then get called into how do we participate, how do we now enhance it. And the very fortunate part that I think we're in is we're not building this off of legacy structures, right? We get to start this from absolutely scratch. And then with the enhancement of technology and putting, humans at the center of it, really, I don't think even the sky is the limit. We're talking about like the cosmos, and beyond that is really the limit at where we're at.
Yeah. Ahmad, you look...
Yes, please. I'd like to add something on that, especially, for us as operators, as venue operators, and it's about technology, it's about integrating that technology, but gathering the data the behaviors, see what the people are engaging in food and beverage, what type of food and beverage do they like, what type of activities are they paying a specific price to get into. Could it be football, entertainment, music? So we gather this data and then it becomes personalized. So we know now, they like this type of concept. More people come for these types of IPs and concepts, so let's create more of that. This also integrating the cultures. Jeddah is multicultural. So you have Pan-Asia, you have different type of cultures that nobody's even tapping into. You can bring in a Filipino artist in the middle of a halftime show. Trust me, the room is full.
Yeah.
So this is things that we learn, and we see that happening. And gathering this data helps us create summits, IPs, academies, sports activations that caters to the public around and the region as well. Because everybody goes to Dubai or goes to Riyadh. Guys, Jeddah, Ghair, come to us.
No, and I'd like to add just technology, what's really also allowing to do in sports entertainment, I think, is democratizing it, no? In sports before, if you wanted to see what was happening, you had to go to the football field, no, and watch them, no? And then the radio came and you could listen to what was happening in the football field. Then the television first. So this has been going on for 100 years, no, or more. And now I always give the example Real Madrid, no? Real Madrid, I'm based in Madrid, I'm a Real Madrid fan. Biggest club in the world, or that's what I like to say. Only, I think, less than 1% of the Facebook followers or Instagram followers of Real Madrid are based in Spain. The rest is around the world.
That's good to know.
Most of those people actually will never be able to go to a football stadium in Madrid at the Bernabeu. They probably know. The other day, Florentino Perez, together with, I believe it was Tim Cook, no? But he launched now a virtual, the virtual experience of the Bernabeu so that anybody can experience that being in a football stadium, which most of the fans will probably never be able to experience. No? So technology is really, democratizing entertainment.
Agreed, 100%.
And it opens up whole new parts of the industry as well, and new connections and collaborations too. I love, Jumana, that you're talking about this technology as in it is going to be something that brings us closer together, and that's going to be critical, making sure that people are at the heart of it as well. And so now, Saudi is, I feel like it's constant. There's this constant evolution, and it's getting bigger and bigger as Saudi is preparing for major global sporting and entertainment moments. From each of you, what is one strategic investment that the kingdom has to prioritize today to ensure a sustainable MICE legacy? Jumana, I'll start with you.
Beautiful. I think my main answer would be alignment on our narrative direction. And I'll give an example on that. Before, when we could look at Korea and Japan, during the 90s, they were known for their industrialism, right? But nowadays, when we think about Korea and Japan, we think about Hello Kitty, we think about food, we think about the cute little characters, K-pop, and so on. That was a complete rebrand to the country. Right? And it became much more inviting for tourists to go and participate within what the region had to offer. And right now, this is kind of our moment in Saudi, where we have opened the gates and we're telling everyone, come. But it is also very crucial for us to also say what they are coming for. What is it that we represent? And we know, heritage, culture is a big player for us, and as well as Saudi being a very multicultural place. And that's where I think this is very crucial for us to make sure that is at the forefront, so people feel included and they know what to look for, and they can also sense that Saudi is a place where dreams can come true.
I feel like this is an echo of something that we've been hearing throughout the day, and particularly His Royal Highness. You're echoing his sentiments as well, that the Saudi story needs to be told through all of these different platforms. And like you said, when he said 20% of the players are women in esports, I didn't know that. Like, how many people in the world know that? Like you said, this is the story that needs to be told in order to bring people into the country so they understand it's not just about culture and heritage, it's about this incredible progression and forward thinking that is actually higher than other places in the world as well.
Yes. And I'd love to add actually one more statistic to that. Within the work that I do where the visuals and technologies intersect, globally, it was looked at 30% of it are women, and 0.5% of it are women of color. So one personal goal would be, hopefully by next year when we meet again, to give you the statistic of what we're actually looking to aim at, because there is so much talent here.
Amazing.
And we're lucky to be able to create those opportunities.
I'm going to give you guys 1.5 minutes each. Imad and Yan Imad, yes.
Just I definitely 100% echo what you say. Identity is key. We're not like anybody else. We're doing it the Saudi way. And in terms of talent, it's been a blessing. Lately, the General Entertainment Authority, the Ministry of Culture, has been reaching out. Rather than us going to them, they are coming to us because they see something new, different standards. And we thought nobody was looking, nobody knew what we're doing. But in fact, everybody's listening, everybody's watching. And everybody wants to learn and share that learning. So they're like, would you mind bringing people from the academies to be part of shows for them to understand how the business works, how the entertainment works, how the operation efficiencies work, how do you do in terms of venue standards, health and safety standards. It's key. For us, we are very, very high in our standards. We don't want to say no, we just want to say, this is how it is. If you don't understand it, let us help you. Let us lead you. Let us guide you. So I would say, share the love, share your learnings, and grow all together. We're not competing. We're all together with that vision at the end.
There's
Love that message. Everyone. Love it. Jan.
I would tell Saudi Arabia to keep doing what they're doing, to keep being as ambitious as they are, and I think an event like ours is a perfect example that they're doing things well. We came to Saudi Arabia on our own. We're completely self-funded and sustainably financially, and that's a testament of the importance that the world, that the global football and sports industry is giving to Saudi Arabia. So in 2 weeks, we're doing our 3rd edition here in Saudi Arabia, and over 60% of the more than 2,500 attendees are going to come from abroad. Yeah. We are going to have over 80 partners supporting our event and making it happen. No? And that's, as I said before, it's a testament of how, and it is our biggest, it's going to be our biggest event of the year. We've done 5 global editions this year. We did our first at the beginning of the year in Morocco. We did Mexico, Hong Kong, Madrid, and we finished the year for a 3rd year in a row in Saudi Arabia. And we fully expect Saudi Arabia to be our flagship event.
You're saving the best for last,
Absolutely.
as we say.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what we're talking about, and that is the power of play. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our incredible panelists. Thank you all so much for those amazing insights. And thank you for being part of day 1 of IMS. We're going to hand back over. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally, and thank you, everybody. We're playing hard and working hard. Let's have a final round of applause for all of our brilliant guests. Thank you, everybody. Well, as Sally says, we reached the end of day 1, but there's plenty to come tomorrow because we are looking forward to how this whole industry forecasts in a world of increasingly shortening lead times. We are explaining how sustainability is here to stay. And most importantly of all, His Excellency kicked off the day by talking about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as an incubator. And perhaps, just perhaps, this summit is indeed an incubator too. We believe that is what it is and what it can be. An incubator for ideas, for conversations, for relationships, to thrive and to grow. So here's to those conversations and collaborations thriving here at IMS. Why don't you join me, please, in saying a huge thank you to all of our speakers from day 1. Thank you very much. And as we edge into our evening together, we very much look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We'll be back on this main stage from 10 a.m. So thank you, and until tomorrow, good night.